Hello, welcome in. Can you guys hear me? I am doing okay. I am been fighting off a hangover all day, and I'm still kind of tired. Excellent. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah. So today we are trying to update Casual Aurelia. I've been looking at my paper version of the list. It still has a Dockside Extortionist and a Mana Crypt in it, and I need to figure out how to make this deck work without those. So yeah, we're looking at updates today and see if we can try and figure some things out. We'll see how it goes. It's been a lot of help for Boros equipment. A lot of good cards printed in the last couple years. Oh, what else are we trying to add? I'm really interested in looking at Oswald. That's one that I've kind of overlooked. Because basically you can sacrifice a signet to get a feast and famine, and that seems insane. So that's something that's got me really excited. I think I've kind of overlooked that in the past. Maybe seemed like too many hoops, but it's something I'd like to try. I mean, it puts it directly into play, so that seems pretty ridiculous to me. Gold Warden's Gambit. Oh, I feel like maybe did I see this one? Let's see here. From Mirrodin, Crypt Creature gets. Dare I say that one may not be. Oh wait, nope, that's not the right one. Oh, here we go. Affinity for equipment. Create 5/2/2 rebels. They gain haste for each of those equipments. I don't think that's going to be for this deck, because, like, really, truly, this deck is a combo deck. Like, it looks like a Voltron deck, but it's actually a combo deck. So, for the most part, we want to do infinite damage. We don't really care about, like, actual damage in the sense that, we're not going to be, like, chipping our opponents away and trying to stack up. It's just going to be literally, we do a thing and then they're dead. That's what we're trying to do. That said, for a normal equipment deck, yeah, this thing looks fantastic, right? The affinity for equipment. Oh man, put that in what's his name? Ivor, her name, I guess. You put that in the Ivor deck, and because that deck has a lot of cheap equipment out, like this thing will be super cheap to cast, and yeah, that's pretty cool. What's this thing do? Attacks, it gains X plus X, where X is the number of equipped creatures you control. Then if Jorkadine's power is 4 or greater, draw a card. That's card draw. Card draw is important in these combo decks. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, lots of cool things been printed since I've really looked at this deck. How do you spell Bureau? Let's try Headmaster. So we are going to try to make a very nice bracket 4 deck that hopefully has a lot of game against a lot of different opponents. What else did I use equipment-wise recently that I saw that was very, very good? What was the last equipment deck that I played? Was playing Cassandra the other day? I think it might have been. Just take a peek over here, see what's in this deck. Fervent Champion, we know. Oh, Kellen is a magic card. Yeah, Kellen is certainly a thing we can look at. Oh, I played Astor the other day. Astor was actually really good, so I think that probably needs to come in. The Equip 1 is really good. I got a real easy Argentum armor going the other day with something, and that was really cool. I guess the other thing we have to think about is like I know I said we don't care about damage, but like Excalibur should be really easy to get into play, and then like we might just do damage to things, and that's a whole thing also. So we'll probably need to look at that. We want to look at Honor Worn Shaku and Inspiring Statuary as mana rocks. Yeah, so like this version of Cassandra is more of like a typical Boros setup, where I mean you kill people by doing damage. It's not really about infinites, but and it is really good at killing people with damage. Anyway, back to our deck. Where is it? Yeah, with Hearthenholm, Astor is insane. Astor's insane, right? Astor, like I've known it's good, but it hasn't made all of my deck lists. I mean, I guess I haven't been playing that much, but like up until the past month or so, I've started playing a lot more. But yeah, so I think like Astor needs to come into this deck. Card advantage and the free equips, or well, one equip is still incredible. We probably need a Brunor in this deck. Again, that free equip just does so much. Make sure you guys hit the like button, by the way, and see if we can get some more people going in this stream. Yeah. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's see, what do we got? It's really easy to load up on like 2-drops and stuff like this. Then you're like, wait a second, we don't actually have like powerful cards in the deck. Man, is Fire and Ice good enough? I don't even know anymore. So the key with Fire and Ice is that like you really need 2 triggers from it. When you get 2 triggers from it, that's 4 damage, and 4 damage kills a lot of stuff. What I did have going in this deck, I did have a sub-theme going with Skyclave Apparition, and did Flame Tongue Kavu? Yeah, Flame Tongue Kavu got cut. So I had Skyclave Apparition and Flame Tongue Kavu. I'll probably try to keep Skyclave because just, you know, removal on a stick is hugely important. I probably need to pare down the combos a little bit more. Like, maybe focus in on 2 or 3 of them instead of... I have a lot. So, let's just take a look at our combos here. Make separate piles for all this stuff. Alright, just put this in there. So, first off, we have Waves of Aggression and Aggravated Assault, which both work with sort of Feast and Famine. And I guess we need... Oh, the Reaver Cleaver's in here, too. So, Reaver Cleaver would work. You would need some card draw to go infinite for Waves of Aggression, but Mask of Memory is easy enough. I've had that come up in the past. Not terribly difficult. We've got Godo, Helm of the Host. Also works with Aurelia. We've got Sword of Hearthenholm plus Aurelia. And I would say this is probably the easiest one to get going. It takes the least effort to assemble this one. So, I mean, that's definitely going to be a mainstay. I've got this cuteness with Eldrazi Displacer. So with that one, what is the combo? I haven't even done it in a long time. Let's just put this there, move these over. So with Eldrazi Displacer, you need Sword of Feast and Famine to continuously untap your lands. You need a creature that's going to be able to get through. Let's see. Exile another target creature, then return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Okay. Yeah, so with this one, you need to be able to consistently... So, like, the Feast and Famine needs to be on Eldrazi Displacer or something else with flying. And then as long as you get the Feast and Famine through, you can continuously blink Aurelia, and on Aurelia's untap trigger untaps herself when it comes back in tapped. So that's another, like, somewhat easy one to get going. And as much as I want to cut it, man, it just seems so good. Stonehewer Giant easily gets us to Helm of the Host also. But Stonehewer Giant by itself it's a little clunky at 5 mana, but maybe that's just a problem with my mana ramp. Windcrag Siege from Tarkir. Let's see. I think I did look at that one. I do think it's a cool card. Again, since I'm trying to play this like a combo deck, I don't know if that one's gonna make it. Let's see here. Yeah, triggers the ability additional time. Man, I do like that. Again, it's a cool ability. I mean, it's essentially Aurelia's ability on more stuff. I guess the thing is, a lot of these are actually on damage effects. Like a lot, yeah. So again, I don't think it's quite right for this deck. There are definitely many decks that it would be right for. This deck it's weird, right? Again, we're not trying to really kill with damage. We're trying to just go infinite and, kill the entire table at once. That is the stated goal. We're currently at 109 cards. That's going to be a nightmare to cut down from. Oh crap! Did all the new stuff get? Yep, all the new stuff got lumped in. Well, that's not ideal. Well, okay then. What other equipment stuff came out? Let's just type in, do a little equipment search and see what's come out most recently that we care about. Fun story: the new cards are on Magic Online, but I cannot play them yet because they're not legal in Commander. So I was actually hoping to stream some Edge of Eternities today, as I did play the pre-release over the weekend. It was a really fun set, actually. I did really enjoy the sealed format. I didn't do particularly good. I went 1-1-1, and all of my games went super long because I was playing blue black and didn't have I had great removal and not a lot of ways to bust through. So, but I did beat my friends afterwards that I was at the event with, and made them buy me lunch as a result. So that all works out. I mean, this thing, yeah, this is pretty good, right? It's a cute little one drop, that is for sure. It gives indestructible. We like all that. And it's definitely a thing we could run. Equip creatures control have haste. Probably actually don't need that one. I mean, it's a mana dork for a. We should probably try it, right? Let's try this thing. That is way too much text. 6 mana, I'm just going to assume we don't need it. Target creature. That's not a bad little instant. Huh. I'd have to remember that one for later. Sadly, it's 5, which puts it just outside of Sunforger range. I've been thinking about doing a new Sunforger deck. I'm torn between using, what's his name? Who's the tutor guy on a stick there? It's gonna somewhere in this list. Kellen versus Arden, right? Arden gives you the free equips. Kellen gives you the search for it immediately. And yeah, trying to figure out what I want to do with that. It or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an equipment you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. That's fine. Doesn't wow me. So, I mean, that's not infinite, but you could probably kill 2 players with that in a turn. That's a thing to think about. The 6 and 5 is, yeah, that is true. The 6 and 5 on that is brutal. If you're going to do that, you might as well do like Argentum Armor. That is pretty ridiculous, though. Yeah, Buster Sword is a magic card, isn't it? Let's see. Equip creature deals combat damage. Draw a card, then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana. Yeah, I mean, we probably just that's too. It's too powerful to not. That's not for us. Equip creature has double strike. Grant more combats. How does that interact with our other combos? If it's the first combat. No, you can't really go infinite with that one. So, like, it'd be a cool additional combat, but Again, it's not part of, like, we want to just end the game. We don't want to, like, mess around and give our opponents more chances to interact than is necessary. Um, Codsworth is a card that I do need to test more, to be completely honest. So I guess we'll call this the testing version. Pip-Boy is actually very good. That needs to come in. Ooh, free equips on this blacksmith talent. Yeah, that's a thing. That is a thing. God, it's crazy how many good equipment cards there's been in the last, like, 2-ish years. All right, and then we get into Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed has some really cool stuff, too. Yeah, Bureau Headmaster's in here. I'm excited about getting a look at that one. I've seen it a little bit, and in, like, normal equipment decks, it's very good. I don't know how it will be specifically for this deck, and if it truly, justifies its slot. Hookblade is hilariously annoying. Like, it's not an end-all be-all card, but it is hilariously annoying. Brotherhood Regalia. Because unblockable, like I said, like, if you want the Eldrazi Displacer combo, like, you need to be able to keep getting in with Feast and Famine. Um, and so, that's a thing we might think about. Excalibur is a magic card. Again, that's more in the damage direction, which is sort of what we're not trying to do. But anyway, I think that gets us through most of the new equipment stuff that we care about, which puts us 15 cards over. That is a lot of cards to be over by. So that is not the best. What's coming out? Let's get... Okay, we'll sort by mana value here. Sunforger in this deck? No, I think we got rid of it. Okay. Definitely want Hearth and Home. Definitely want Forge of Frontier. I'm going to try cutting Fire and Ice. As much as I like it, you really do need Double Strike. And, like, when Aurelia comes down, like, it's not, you're not trying to value with Aurelia for the most part, unless you have to, right? Like, when you cast her, you really want her to be... You want to be setting up your win condition. I don't know, maybe that Fire and Ice does need to come back in at some point, but we do have many, many cards to test here. Recommission is one that I've been wanting to get a look at. I mean, it's basically a single trigger of Savine's Reclamation, but at 2 mana, that does feel way less clunky. We can probably cut open the Armory. We have a lot of tutors. Like, we have a lot of tutors in this deck. Okay, what cards do I know are generically good and, like... I'm going to cut the Giver of Ruins. This one, Canonist, is in. This card is hilarious. I watched an old video that I posted. I was showing it to a friend the other day, and it was just the intro of... I was facing that Keurig deck, and they went on a very profanity-laced tirade against us because we laid down the Canonist early, they couldn't cast much, and they killed it, and then we hit them with the final showdown when they were trying to go off and stopped them completely, and that was amazing. I'm going to get rid of Generous Gift. It's good, but, like, I don't know. 3 mana single shot removal feels clunky these days, and there are times where you need that, and I get it, but like, we're not running Sunforger, so you pray you don't run into, like, a Planeswalker or a land, and, like, eventually that'll probably have to come back in. I know what Stonehewer Giant does. I'm gonna cut it for the time being. I mean, do you still run Godo in this deck? Yeah, probably because there's even more free equips than there's ever been. You have blacksmith talent now. That's a solid one. Uh, Probably need to lighten up on the 3 drops a little bit. Chaos Warp I still like, just because it gets around indestructible. And again, if you need to get rid of a land, I do want one of these effects. Ranger Captain of Eos is mostly in there to be so they can't. So you like the turn you're gonna go off, you drop that, and then they can't interrupt you. How many 1 drops do we actually have that we care about? I guess we do want to look at Freya, and that gives us another way to look at Freya. I'm gonna cut it. Like, there's definitely a reason to run it, but like if I was running Sarah Ascendant in here also, which I should be, like I definitely should be, but God, there's so much to test. So many things to test. Let's read this thing again. Gets plus X until end of turn, where X is the number of equipped creatures you control. Let's assume that number is like gonna be 1 most of the time. Um, we'll try it. It'll require us to spread our equipment around a little bit, but that's not the worst thing to draw a card. Um, oh wait, it gets plus X, where X is the number of equipped creatures you control. Oh, if you just drop if you drop any sword on this and attack with it, then it doesn't even matter. Yeah, okay, keep this thing in. And then if you attack with Aurelia, you can get 2 card draws in the same turn, right? Okay, yeah, he's in. He is in. I still really want to get someone with Spike Shot Elder. If this isn't on, we'll start with Spike Shot Goblin. I think Spike Shot Goblin's probably easier because it's less mana intense. So, like, yeah, both of these deals its damage equal to its power to any target. Now, if you were to put Colossus Hammer on this guy, that's hilarious. And if you're with Aurelia, you can do it twice. This one takes mana, so you're probably going to need Feast and Famine or Reaver Cleaver to really get a lot done with it. But I have long been fantasizing about getting some work done with these guys over the years. But, like, what is weird is that, like, you need a ton of free equips because you use this to shoot a thing, but then you need to move that equipment to the creature that's actually going to be doing the attacking, which is definitely not these guys. Is Tome of Legends strong enough? That's a great question. So, yeah, I mean, you're not going to see Aurelia until a bit later. Once Aurelia's down, it's fantastic, right? Because she puts a ton of counters on it, but uh, it is the one thing is that like it's unconditional card draw, and I get it. It's only 1 card draw early on, so like that is definitely something to consider. One last job and unfinished business for reanimation. Let's see what we got there. One last job. Return target card, creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, this is a sorcery for 5. Return target mount or vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Return target aura or equipment attached to a creature you control. Okay, yeah, it does a lot of things. It does a lot of things. That is definitely for sure. I'm gonna cut this Boros charm. There are times where, like, if they get like an austere command off, like you need the creature and the equipment back, and like I could see that being a pretty big deal. I mean, yeah, we definitely don't have room, but we're gonna try to get this thing in. Um, 109, huh? Ugh, gross. What are we cutting? I mean, definitely gotta be. I'm gonna cut Tithe for now. I know what Tithe does, and it's very good. And like, I mean, in the final version, that'll definitely be in the deck. But I think we're on a testing version of the deck today because we just got to get through a lot of different things to test. Enlightened Tutor finds both halves of Feast and Famine Aggravated Assault, so as much as I would love to cut that, I mean, it's just ridiculous. So there is that. I don't know, maybe Bureau Headmaster is like, I don't know, making the 3-mana equipments 2. So all the swords become. This would become 2 and 1? Yeah. that is a lot of cost savings. Oh, yeah, that little. So if you go Bureau Headmaster on turn 2, you can literally play Feast and Famine and equip it and attack on turn 3. I think Bureau Headmaster. It'll be a tough one to get rid of that. Let's see here. I'm gonna cut the Savines for now, just because I want to try recommission. Check out my Signet package here. We got Arcane Signet, Boros Signet, Talisman. I do think I'm gonna go for Mind Stone also. Not for any reason other than I just want more. Just want another Signet. Like, I hate it that I've come to the place where Signets are pretty mandatory now. Like, the game just plays so quickly. 5 years ago, I was still on the boat that, like, you don't need to Signet if you get to a Thran Dynamo or a Hedron Archive, and usually you need to drop a board wipe after that. But now you're very much in a place that if you're not dropping Signets left and right, then someone else is, and they're getting very far ahead. God, there's still so many things. We could do that 4-mana Angel that allows you to cast stuff out of your graveyard. That thing's pretty good. Would love to get that in here. That's a great way to get stuff back. Forge and Frontier is ridiculous. I do like that one a lot. 9 cards to go. I'm going to give up on the Displacer combo. I feel like with additional equipment tutors, that one may not be necessary. Though, I guess it is a very easy way. And also you can do some value-y stuff with Skyclave Apparition and bounce that a million times, which is cool. I'm going to cut Ironcrag Feet for now. That may come in. I'm going to cut... I mean, do you need a Smothering Tithe in this deck? I want to see what this deck does without Smothering Tithe. Like, I know any deck can win with Smothering Tithe. Like, even bad decks can win pretty easily with it, so... I'd like to see how we operate in the absence of it. There's also the games where you cast it and someone just immediately shoots it, which is even worse. 106, huh? 106. I would love to have, like, Swiftblade Vindicator in here for that early double strike, but God knows. God knows where we're finding a spot for that. It is stunning to me how many good equipment choices there are now. Like, going back 8 years, there were cards in your deck that were, like, much stronger than the other cards. And now you have loads of like, when I look at the, like, there's not a bad card in here. Every card in here has, like, it performs its role well. I don't want to say they all win you the game, but, like, whatever their role is, they do their role well as long as they can at least stay on the battlefield for a little bit. The only real question mark is this Treasonous Ogre, and this is purely just to get to the mana for Aurelia, because, that turn where you get Aurelia in is big and expensive and hard, and that's also why I was having Ironcrag Feet. Ironcrag Feet is it is helpful for that Aurelia turn. It easily allows you to have enough mana to get Aurelia and probably put a sword on it, so that you can get that damaging, get the value, and maybe get some boots moved around and stuff like that. Let's see. But don't we need... We have more reanimation, I think, than we've had in the... I did cut Savines. Okay. I was thinking about cutting Faith Shield, but Faith Shield, very helpful against spot removal and occasionally need the unblockable. $106, huh? Oh, Neheb does combo with the other things with, like, Aggravated Assault, but at 5 mana, it is slow by today's standards. And also, like, people just know to shoot Neheb, right? Like, if they see Neheb, they're just like, nope, not dealing with that. Fire all the removal. And now there's easier ways to get the mana, right? Like, Reaver Cleaver can do a very good impression of Neheb. Get you that big burst of mana. And, you know, just there's less history with Reaver Cleaver. So, yeah, I mean, people recognize that it's good. But, like, everyone probably has a bad Neheb story at this point. Where, you know, Reaver Cleaver is just... less ubiquitous, I think. Let's see here. Let's see. We got 5 to go. Ugh. Dousing Dagger's still an interesting one. Like, you know, if you don't have tons of flying, Dousing Dagger can actually be tricky to get flipped over. And if you don't flip it over quickly, like, it does become bad and you get stuck. And I've had that happen a lot. And then games get messed up because you can't get it flipped over. And that's a whole thing. Yeah, let's see. What can we get rid of? I mean, that's the removal. I don't really want to get rid of all the removal. You do need some. I'm going to cut the Stoneforge Mystic. I mean, again, you definitely run Stoneforge in the final. Like, I've seen Stoneforge Mystic so many times. More so because I really want to see Cloud in action. I have not really seen Cloud in action yet. And I do want to test some of these other 2-drops. And, like, if we run into a Stoneforge Mystic, we'll basically just play the Stoneforge Mystic game. And, like, you know, if you get Stoneforge Mystic, you get a Hearthenholm. And then you, as long as no removal happens, like, you literally don't need to do anything else other than get Aurelia in the game. Like, at that point, it just becomes get enough mana to get to Aurelia. And, so, like, obviously, that one's very good. And, yeah, so I think we're in testing mode today, big time. Do we still need Ignite the Future? There is a lot more card draw than there ever used to be. I'm going to cut Ignite the Future. I do like it, but it is weird and it does get awkward sometimes. Like, it's... I mean, it's a very good card, and I would run it in most decks. And I do, in fact, run it in most decks. But, like, we have the Forged Frontier. We have more of these attack triggers. As long as these don't get disrupted, these have the potential to be better than Ignite the Future. Just that Ignite the Future is unconditional. So, you know, if things are going poorly and, you know, Fleshbag Marauders and Board Wipes are going off every turn, that's where Ignite the Future probably does a lot more for you. But over the long haul, if you can, like, keep these in play, you will look at a lot more cards. Oh, we got some chat. Check up on chat here. There are red mana dorks now. Don't know if that's relevant. What are the red mana dorks? I am very curious. Mana, because Aurelia costs so much, mana is a big component of this deck. I do have Freya in here, which is only equip. Yeah, if we can get the name of those red mana dorks, I'm very happy to take a look at them and see if that's something we can slot in. Particularly if they're like 1 mana. If they're 2 mana, I'm probably going to stay with the Signets. Unless they do something like extraordinary that, you know, really kind of justifies themselves. But, like, even this thing does a lot of cool stuff, but I'm not convinced that, like, it's not the best at any single thing that it does, but it does do 3 different things pretty well. This thing's, I looked these up, these things are, like, stupidly expensive in paper. $17 is the cheapest one. I was looking at that the other day because I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll pick one up to test it out. I'm like, nope, not at $17. Yeah, they're 2 mana, so yeah, okay, yeah. I'll probably skip the 2 mana dorks unless they have like other upsides stapled into them that we care about. Um, just you want the there's 23 creatures in this deck. That's a little high. We should cut a couple creatures. 23 is a lot for what this deck wants to be. Rule of Law still in here? No, we do have the Canonist though. Okay. We might want the man. So many. I hate how like crowded 3 CMC gets. 3 and 4 I mean, all the CMCs get crowded now. There's too many cards. We need less cards. Let's see. Pip-Boy has been really good. The untapped 2 lands, especially if you get Aurelia going. I mean, that's almost enough to fuel aggravated assault. Oh no, let's see. You hit once. In a weird way, that could get you some extra. You know what? Lotus Field. Let's get a Lotus Field in here, because then that probably fuels an aggravated assault. I did open one of these in the pre-release. I think it was in my prize pack, as a matter of fact, so that was very exciting. I will go for this art, however. I should probably also take a peek at this mana base here. There are probably too many colorless lands in this deck. We have Swords on Things. Bonder's Enclave should be okay. Buried Ruin. There's times where you need a Buried Ruin, but I'm going to cut Haneware Battlements and High Market. I think High Market was... I was running the Revelar combo at one point. I think that's what High Market was in there for. Homeward Path, I still want Makokoro. Do we have enough card draw that we don't need Makokoro anymore? Because you do draw your opponent's cards, and I'd prefer not to do that. But, in the sense that, like, this is we're playing like a combo deck, sometimes you don't care as much because you're just trying to end the game, right? Like, if you were getting into a long, protracted battle, then giving them extra cards can beat you. But the fact that we're not trying to do that, let's get the Parlor. Surveilling is nice. Ooh, yeah, Archaeomancer's map. I was also thinking about range. What's it called? Keeper of the Accord. Keeper of the Accord just does so much. Let's get the Parlor. Let's get an Archaeomancer's map. For those watching, so I did play the pre-release over the weekend, and so overall I enjoyed the format. Thought it was a lot of fun. The one thing that I'm a little annoyed about is that, like, the lander mechanic is actually pretty cool, but the cards that they printed it on aren't really good enough for Commander. Like, if they had a Thraben Inspector that just made a lander token, that would be legit in Commander. And the only, like, really good lander cards are in green, and, like, I don't know, green probably just doesn't need them, right? All the other one, the black one is okay whenever it dies, so like an Aristocrats deck, very easy to get that killed. So the black one I could see seeing some play. The red one, there's a removal spell that's okay, but it's it's a little slow. It's 4 mana, so it's like maybe. And then there's there's like the Pyroclasm one, which if you can make some treasures somehow, the Pyroclasm one could be interesting. But I think it's gonna be niche, but probably pretty cool in the right niche deck. But yeah, I was disappointed that there isn't like Thraben Inspector, make a lander token. The one that we did get is like it's basically just a worse Knight of the White Orchid, because it checks to see if opponents have more lands than you, and like if opponents have more lands than you, you just want White Orchid or Loyal Warhound, because they you don't have to pay the mana costs for the additional thing. But yep, so I was disappointed in that. We're back up to 103, by the way. We're on 34 lands. Oh, we should put Minas Tirith. Yeah, there we go. That can probably replace the Makokoro. Did just get a bunch of these in the mail. It was very exciting. Get rid of Makokoro. Let's get the Mines of Moria. That can get interesting with Feast and Famine, like if you're trying to build up a lot of mana for one reason or another. Again, mana is the thing in this deck. Where is it? What does this one do? Makes tokens. Disappointing. Why can't I find this thing? Mines of... There we go. Nope, apparently we don't have that version. Let's try this version. There we go. Got those. I've been cutting Bonder's Enclaves from decks. I think this deck's still okay because we're putting swords on stuff, so we should have 4 power a lot of the time. The one problem is that, like, if all your creatures get blown up, it becomes way less good than War Room. I have noticed that becoming an issue more and more lately, but there are still times, like, once you have that creature, particularly if you have like a Feast and Famine Double Strike or Feast and Famine Aurelia thing happening, it becomes very helpful in that moment to draw a bunch of extra stuff. 104, huh? We're at 35. That's 36 lands. 23 creatures. You could almost justify Kabira takedown. How many mountains we have? Was that 5 mountains? I'm gonna get the Sundering thing to blow up lands. Oh, Venat. How many legendary cards are in this deck? That's a question. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Animus is 6. Jit is 7. Codsworth is 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There are 18 legends, and Venat is an interesting piece of card draw. And again, since Feast and Famine and Reaver Cleaver are going to be, high on our things to do, getting into that, just a one-shot removal spell is nice, and then Indestructible and all that on the back is nice too. Yeah, let's talk myself into Venat. I'm going to cut the Wheel of Fortune. Good as it is, I do want to see how our other card draw operates. Like, again, in the final version of the deck, you probably run it because it is powerful when you're trying to find a combo, but there is a cost to doing that. And, maybe we can get without it. Face Shield coming out. I do like Face Shield, and that probably comes back in at some point. I don't even have Deflecting Squad at this moment either. Let's cut a 2-drop. I'd like to look at the Toma Legends. I'd like to see how it operates in this deck, and maybe it isn't good enough. Like, maybe there's enough value with all this other nonsense now that... Can we get rid of a 3-drop? Wylith I'd still like to keep for the card draw. That is a very good source of card draw. Cutting the Weathered Wayfarer probably makes the final version of the list, though. I have a pretty good idea of how that one operates. Sun Titan still just wins games. That is a thing that it does. Like, if everything goes terribly, you just drop Sun Titan and the value. And, like, in this deck, like, 80% of the deck you can get back with maybe 90 with Sun Titan. Toma Legends is better with cheaper commanders, if you ask me. Yeah, I agree. All right, we'll cut it. I would like to see it. Yeah, you do get into this weird dead space of you redraw, but then you're still several turns away from Aurelia, and it might just sit there, and you could be doing other stuff instead. It might give us that false sense of card draw in our hand because it does have the potential to kind of get stuck there. 101, 2 cards to go. Love to cut a creature, but we are trying to like look at a bunch of different creatures, so there is that. I hate it, but I'm going to cut the Mind Stone. I do feel like there should probably be... I mean, most of the deck is 2 and 3 mana. Aurelia is the only thing you need that many signets for. And now, like, if we do this Oswald nonsense with, like, Reaver Cleaver or Feast and Famine, that seems like a very interesting way to... I mean, that is much better than a Mind Stone, right? 101, probably just cut a land. Ideally a colorless land, or maybe a mountain. We need the basics. I don't really... Like, with Hearth and Home and Sword of the Animus, you don't want to go so low with all the basics. Like, I'm already lower. I'm already a couple slots lower than I'd like to be. There is a problem, like, when you have full access to the fetches and stuff, those eat up a lot of deck slots, and... Battlefield Forge, I guess? Oh, the Buried Ruin. Because, like, Buried Ruin is a thing you want late in the game. You don't care about that early in the game. And being that this deck really only wants to go to turn 6 or turn 7, I get, you know, and there's sometimes you want it, but, like, you don't... The cost of those few times you might need it in the late game, but it messes up your early game because you don't have colored mana, can definitely be really painful. We have a deck list. Let's go find a game. This deck is intended to be bracket 4, so we're gonna probably have to go pretty hard here. Let us find a game. Yeah, like, I do like Toma Legends, but yeah, with Aurelia, in what we're trying to do, if this deck were made to go a couple turns later than what this deck is trying to do, then, you know, it'd probably be fine, but because we are just trying to be fast and efficient and combo off as soon as we possibly can. In the past, that was regularly about turn 7 with some occasional turn 6s, but we no longer have Mana Crypt or Dockside Extortionist, so that will get harder. And believe it or not, I've actually been looking at a card I need to test out more is Diamond Pickaxe. Did I get that? I don't think I got that Sundering Eruption in, did I? Whenever equipped creature attacks, you make a treasure token, right? And the thing itself is indestructible, is nice. It also gives it +1/+1. So, like, I like that because you don't need to get through to get the treasure token, right? And with Aurelia, obviously you can make 2. Also with Cloud, you would make 2. It doesn't work with Double Strike the same, so this one's less effective with Double Strike, but more effective with the Aurelia trigger. But yeah, I like the fact that you don't have to get it through, and, you know, like, if you just drop that on a Fervent Champion and get those extra treasures early in the game, that is very enticing to me, and I should probably be in the deck list, honestly. Well, I guess we got time to change it because no one's in the game, so there's that. Bring that in. I think we forgot the Sundering guy. We could probably get away with, like, strong bracket 3 with this thing. Let's see. What if we cut Ancient Tomb? What are our game changers? We should probably look at the game changers list. Yeah, I guess I'll bring it up on this computer. Alright, colorless. Ancient Tomb is 1. Chromox, Glitchgasm, Grim Monolith, Mana Vault. Oh, I don't have Mana Vault in here. Notably, Mox Opal. Where is it? There it is. Mox Opal, not on this list. Alright, we like that. Jessica's Will is on the list. So we have Ancient Tomb, Jessica's Will, Enlightened Tutor, Teferi's. Okay, yeah, we're bracket 4. We are firmly bracket 4. All right, back to this. Cut A. Battlefield. Oh, that was a fetch. Get rid of the bet. Okay. I hate that it keeps moving. That is very annoying. What? I actually don't know what we just got rid of. One was a Bloodstained Mire. Okay, well, I guess that is not enough lands, is what that is. So, what was that other land? The parlor in here. Yeah, the parlor's in there. I accidentally cut something. I didn't see what it was, though. I think it started with an A. 32 plus 2 things is still not enough. Let's cut the... We cut the swords. Need to bring a land back in. I think there's more red in the deck now, so maybe another mountain. Let's make it a plains, just because... Oh, there's no Mary in this deck. Yeah, let's make it a mountain, actually. Okay. So we actually don't care about the plains count. I stopped running a Maria in this deck just because it comes in tapped, and, you know, you are trying to win the game well before a Maria would ever be active with this. Can we use this one? Haha, we can. Nice. All right, that's 35 lands. It's still, we'll try it. It's dicey. Should realistically have one more, but... Let's try this again. Thoughts on go to all creatures you don't control. Very powerful. Should probably go in the deck. It's not really part of our game plan, but it is just, like, so disruptive and will probably end a game. There's 2 of them, I think. There's Taunt from the Ramparts. Go to all creatures your opponents control until your next turn. Those creatures can't block. Yeah, that's a great way to get people dead. I mean, you know. So, yeah, you get into this weird spot of, like, okay, if you bring this thing in, then you probably also bring in, like, Mob Rule. The problem with these is that then you start caring about damage. And like I said, the goal with this is to not care about damage in the sense that we go infinite. But there is a balancing act to all of that. Like, the initial version of this deck, I pushed it really far into the combo deck direction. And there are reasons where, like, if you're less of a, you know, if you have the ability to be a little bit of a combo deck and a little bit of an aggro deck, like, you can kind of cover more bases, but, you know, then you also, in theory you have less weaknesses, but maybe your strength is not fast enough to deal with the strongest decks all the time. That's a question. I don't know. Honestly, I would need probably like 100 more games of playtest to really truly know. Spectacular Showdown is the more fun version of this. I do like this one says can't block. Can't block is disgusting. What's that red enchantment that says things can't block? That one's silly time when that guy comes down. Spectacular Showdown says goad and double strike. That also has the ability to make people dead. I guess the one problem with these is that where you should be playing this deck, historically, those decks were more combo oriented, and they don't always have tons of creatures. So, like in a strong casual set, I mean, if it's a green deck at the table, there's going to be a million creatures. If you're facing like a blue-black deck, they historically have not had like loads of creatures in play that do tons of damage. So there is that to consider. And that's sort of like, I mean, I was basically trying to make this to go against like almost like low tier CED, like tier 2 CEDH type stuff. And like, it's probably not quite that strong. I mean, in today's terminology, it would be firmly bracket 4. So like, it's trying to go hard and like doesn't care. It's probably not quite fast enough and consistent enough to really do like even tier 2 CEDH. Yeah, I mean, someone like tier 2 CEDH, someone cast a turn 3 Atali the other day. This deck I don't think has anything for that, right? Like maybe that doesn't just kill you, but that's gonna be an uphill battle. Waves of Aggression is always slow for you, never have enough mana. I think with what we're doing, and I get, it's a finisher through and through. That could be a problem with the ramp in your deck also. So typically if something feels too slow, that's a problem with your ramp. Oh, crap, I just remembered. We need to get, Jesus. We forgot to get, well, no one's joined our game yet, so I guess we can make more updates. More updates. Where is our... So we want Inspiring Statuary. That allows us to cast our things easily. Although, I guess it's worth... Let's actually count the amount of equipment in the deck. So that makes 1, 2... That's an aura. 3... that one is weird. We're not going to count that one. 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9... 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 14 equipment. Okay, I think that's fine. I think that is fine. What's the other one? Honor Warren Shaku. What we say about 17 legendaries? Honor Warren Shaku should also be very good in this deck. What are we taking out? Don't ever do this, but I'm going to cut this Thran Dynamo because I want to see these other 2 mana rocks. Do not ever cut Thran Dynamo. I'm a professional. Do not try this at home. All right. We need to cut one more thing. What are we cutting? This is, I mean, that's, I'd really like to see this. This is the thing that's probably closest to the chopping block. We don't have a lot of lifelink in the deck, and without lifelink, this that is a lot of life loss. And I wonder with all this treasure nonsense if that is just handily better than trying to fool around with this guy. I would like to see this guy again, though. I haven't seen him in a long time, and with what we're trying to do here. In theory, you shouldn't care about your life total, so... You know what, though? Might want to put a Witch's Clinic in the deck. Have one way to gain some life back. Love to get this thing in at some point too. Oh yeah, that does work with our Hearth and Home plan, doesn't it? Yeah, let's get this thing in. All right. We're never actually going to play a game because I'm just going to keep making changes. I'm just going to toil over minuscule changes that probably don't matter in the scheme of things. Yep, get this thing in. I hate that we're adding a colorless land. We're going to get rid of a plains. We're going to get rid of all the plains so that we can... right now I have a shopping cart on TCG Player of approximately $130 of basic lands. And I'm really trying to ask myself if that purchase is worth it or not. Because I would like to get all the plains from Caverns of Ixalan. And a few other cool looking plains that... that one's cool looking. We'll throw one of those in. Oh god, why is... can you guys still see me? Am I still here? Someone say something in the chat. Hashtag not financial advice. How far back was Ixalan? Anyone remember? Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Yeah, let's get these guys in. Still visible? Alright, cool. Yeah, something happened with OBS there for a second. Yep, got a bunch of these guys. Currently in a shopping cart that I am debating on whether that purchase is worth it or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we'll remove all of these and do the same thing for mountains. I don't care for the other lands in this cycle as much. I really like this one, that pterodactyl, and just, I don't know, something about that one gets me. Like, this one just doesn't do the same, but I guess we'll give it a shot. So that gives us 35 with the Thinger lands, which means we've got to cut more stuff. Oh, what are we cutting? You know, part of me does wonder if, like, because Hearth and Home is so much easier to get going, and then after that you have Feast and Famine, Aggravated Assault, and that variation of combos, and I guess now Reaver Cleaver, Aggravated Assault, and that stuff is all way easier to get going than Helm of the Host, but there are more free equips than there used to be. Do we not have Arden in the deck? There's no Arden in the deck. Oh my god, we're never gonna make this work. You know what? I'm going to leave Arden right where it is just because I do want to see, like, Blacksmith skill, or Blacksmith talent, rather. And I know exactly what Arden does. Arden is fantastically good. I think I'm going to cut that one reanimation spell. I do like it. I do really like what this brings to the table in some version of that deck. That should probably be in here. But we do have decent reanimation. Pulse Mage is insane in this deck. That's actually a great question. What is the other Advocate? What does the red Advocate do? If it's like anything reasonable. Tap creature effects are dumb with Aurelia, right? Like this one in particular, but is there not a red Advocate? Don't make me go look at the creatures from that cycle. Null Mage Advocate. Bleh. If anyone's bored, Go look up the creature from that cycle. One cut to go. I mean, I guess it's probably Mother of Ruins. I know what Mother of Ruins does. It's very good and it's very annoying and probably makes you win the game, but you know what? I talked myself out of it. Not Mother of Ruins. Dowsing Dagger's still good. God, this is so difficult. We've got that thing. We've got Sundering. I think we're on 3 flip lands now. I mean, is Astor on the chopping block again? I'd really like to look at it, but I think Sun Titan's on the chopping block. Like again, we know exactly what Sun Titan does. I'm gonna switch this over to a Farewell. Farewell is so much nastier than Austere Command by a large margin. Love to get a final showdown in also, but God knows. God knows. Yep, back to trying to get a game going. Let's try that over here. While we're doing that, let's go try to see if we can find that advocate in the Spell Shaper thing in, was that Judgment, I think? Sets. Judgment. Color red and type creature. This should be terrible. Anger was in that set. That's fun. Making barbarians bigger. Destroy target land. Dwarves. No. Jessica's cool. Probably not good enough for the deck, but okay. Nothing really exciting. I do want to build this deck. It's been on my radar. Could be a decent place for the spike shot goblins. All right, we got one. Oh, Jake is back from the Two-Headed Giant pre-release. The last shop they went to, the community was so unsocial and elitist. What shop were you at? You gonna build the Spaceship Commander deck? Could be jank? Yeah, that will probably be pretty janky. I was actually gonna start building that today. I was planning to stream it, but the cards aren't legal yet on Magic Online for me to do that. But I do have access. They exist on Magic Online, but I just can't use them yet, sadly. Card Traders of Austin. I don't know them. Haven't been to that one. All right, I'd like to have a game. Someone please join the game. I'm so salty I need to leave a review. I mean, is that a problem with the shop or is that a problem with the clientele? I guess those aren't exactly the same. Some shops do attract a certain clientele, I guess. I'm just curious, what was so bad about it? I mean, you know, I've definitely met Magic players that are dicks over the years. I've definitely run into that. Oh, we have a game. We have a game. Come on, opening hand that isn't terrible. Especially with all the lands that I'm cheating on. It's entirely clientele, but I don't want other noobs to go through that. Okay, that is reasonable. One mountain is not good enough, but cards that I wanted to look at, which makes me sad. Kenrith. Cotus, I don't know much about that one. And Xerus, the Writhing Storm. Gross. Mulligan. Into, was that? That's 3 lands. 3 lands, no white, but a Sword of the Animus. Late game play. Yeah, I don't think that works either. Yeah, I'm mulliganing that one. Like, you don't want the Helm and the Godo in your opener. Not at all. This still isn't amazing. But I think we're going to keep it. What are we getting rid of? Yeah, Godo to the bottom. Okay, maybe we need more dual lands in the deck. More fetches or something. Okay, noted. So, like, we went to 4 shops this weekend, and even if it was a bad beat, we can at least talk about stuff and be social. First game was tight fight, but pulled out the win. Second game, we lost bad. Dude shook hands and left, no big deal, but sucks. Waited 35 minutes to play the next game. And then we waited to play. This chick played a mill 31 cards deck, and Liz won on turn 4. Then said, "Where was that last game?" and proceeded to ignore us. Okay, yeah, it's a little annoying. I mean, again, I think that's more of a personal thing. I think. You ever get those hands, one that you shouldn't keep but really want to? Yeah, I've had a few of those this game already. Could we get moving here? And you keep and don't curve out and put depression on the stack? Yeah. Okay. Something's happening. Soul Ring. Gross. I mean, if we ban Mana Crypt, should we also just ban Soul Ring? Because Mana Crypt is better, I get it, but they still do shades of the same thing. And, now life's going to be terrible trying to play catch up, and we don't have the mana colors we need, which sucks. And, yep. Yeah, it was just like elite and clicky, not a shop problem, but it's not a good shop for new players or community. That's fair. Yeah, and, I've run into that stuff. I am playing, this is my casual Aurelia deck, aka the strongest Aurelia that I've ever built. It's more of a combo deck than it is an aggro deck. Its plan is to attack infinitely, and it is not... You are not trying to concern yourself with damage, you're trying to concern yourself with winning and going infinite. So I built it with the mindset of a combo deck. There are a lot of new toys for this deck, so many of them that I'm trying to test out. Bonders, yep, there's the colorless land problem that I talked about. Yep, and this is why I have been cutting Bonders Enclave more, because I really wish that was a Plains. I don't like how our opening hand is gone here. I wonder if the other hand would have been a little better. We do have these two things, but without equipment, these two things are actually not amazing. Heuristic Study is gross. Cultivates doesn't pay. Yep. I feel like this game's already over. Feel like it's already over. Right? Because they're going to be on what? 5 mana? Yeah. Zero's probably coming down next turn. I guess some hope that, like, someone has spot removal, but we don't. We don't. Oh, thank God. Thank God, colored mana. Nothing to do on 2. Yeah, which is horrendous because this deck is like entirely 2 drops, so that's super frustrating. But yeah, we'll get an Alpine Meadow since we don't need the mana for anything at this moment. What do you think, Honor Worn Shaku or Inspiring Statuary first? Statuary, maybe? Honor Worn is better if we run into an artifact. Inspiring is better for non-artifacts. Okay, I feel a little better than I did last turn. I don't feel great about people not paying for the study, though. No, Parlor is in there. Should be in there. Oh, yeah, we could have gone for Parlor to get the Scry. Or the Surveil, rather. Which is not the worst idea I've ever heard, but... yeah, I was just thinking get this thing because it's tapped. But yeah, I probably should have went... Yeah, I guess it's all upside on the Parlor, isn't it? Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, because if we draw, like, Helm of the Host or something terrible like that, that's, you know... That's not where you want to be. What up, Excalibur? You must have started streaming not that long ago. I looked at your channel like an hour ago. Oh, well. Yeah. No, yeah, we've been streaming about a little over an hour. I had like a weird disconnect there for a second, but it doesn't seem like it caused any problems, so I think we're still rolling. Yeah, we just spent some time trying to tune up this deck. By tuning up, we basically where is the... So the bar that holds the camera is directly in front of like where the icons are on my desktop, so I can't see anything. Makes it fun. Anyway, yeah, we spent some time tuning up this deck list. There's so many new things to test over the last like 2-ish years. There's just been a lot of like low cost, efficient things that all look really good, and I would like to get a look at all of them. And like we're not going to, and based on the way this game is going, you know, already very concerned about a lot of things. Because like they probably just cast Xeris right here, right? Hopefully this player's holding up a counterspell. That would be nice. The one thing I've noticed with this deck and playing in settings like this is that you are not usually the threat, right? So when you play at a more casual table, Aurelia will be perceived as the threat quite often, at least, you know, a good chunk of the time. At a table like this, you're usually the underdog a little bit, and that is nice. Because that means you're probably going to eat less removal than your opponents. I mean, I assume a lot of the Final Fantasy Equipment Matters cards are being tested. Yeah, there's some of those in here. We got Buster Sword in here, definitely. Ooh. Jessica's Will is a card that can potentially turn things around a little bit here. Also, noticeable, Jessica's Will is not as good with Aurelia because she is 6 mana and comes down very late. I'll be honest with you, we probably need the card draw mode, the exile mode on Jessica's Will. As much as I want that, like, mana, because mana's so good. I'm going to go Honor Worn Shaku first. Can't pay for the study. Yeah, we need to look at extra cards, because, like, this hand is kind of stuck. So, as much as I really just want to fire that Jessica's Will off, I think we got to wait a little bit here. Also, we do need to get to more white mana, which is very much a thing. Now, I wonder about this Treasonous Ogre. This Treasonous Ogre is, yeah, right? Like, weirdly, it has the ability to catch us up a lot. As, like, not awesome as our opening has been here. Yes, to your point, though, yeah, Final Fantasy had a lot of really cool equipment stuff. I haven't fully digested or adopted all of it yet. I did buy 2 Genji gloves and paper the other day. One for my Indominus Rex deck, because that deck needs an extra combat. Um, Role reversal. That is hilarious. Role reversal giving them the Goblin Bomb. I support this. Why are we not? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's why you play the game. See stuff like that happen. Yeah, but so Final Fantasy had a lot of cool equipment stuff that, yeah, we need to test through a lot of that. Assassin's Creed had a lot of cool equipment stuff too. I don't even have inventory management in the deck, and like I probably should. Um, is that Assassin's Creed or is that the other one? I think it was Assassin's Creed. But Assassin's Creed gives, yeah, we'll take a peek at the new cards for people joining in here. Yeah, so Cassandra is insane because the Spear of Leonidas is insane. That's the double strike, which is really cool. But you can also loot, right? There are times, particularly with this deck, like right now, we would probably loot if we could. Um, and that's useful. Cassandra also says whenever a creature you control with a legendary equipment deals damage to a player, draw a card. So with Aurelia, that's twice. With the spear, that's twice. With spear and Aurelia, that's 4 card draws. So like that's a huge pickup. Um, this Jorkadine looks pretty interesting. I haven't really messed with this guy at all. Bureau Headmaster is very good. So with Bureau Headmaster, we were talking about it earlier. Like if you cast Bureau Headmaster on 2, you can cast, equip, and attack with a Feast and Famine on 3, or any of the Swords of X and Y, as long as you hit your 3rd land drop. And so, like, that's ridiculous. Uh, what else has there been? There's been Blacksmith's Talent is a newer one that I need to test out a lot more. Bought a couple of these in paper. Got a foil one. Looks very pretty. Diamond Pickaxe is one that I'd like to look at. Probably won't be good. Not a card that we want to draw in this game, just because we don't really have an attacker down. But Freya is one that I'd like to look at. Manadoric for equipment. This could also be like Rite of Flame. I do wonder if like Rite of Flame might be better. I don't know. We'll see. It has flying. Flying is good for like this pickaxe stuff and just getting those early. Because a lot of the creatures in this deck don't actually have that much evasion. And you're leaning on the X and Y's pretty heavily for your evasion. So that's a whole thing. Oh, it's probably the Honor Warrant Shaku that's messing up our auto pass here. I mean, it's been around for a little bit at this point, but Astor is one that I had a nice look at the other day. It connected a very easy Argentum armor, and things were ridiculous. Not in this deck, but um, what else? Cloud Tutor and double triggers, right? That can do a ton. Oswald, been around for a little bit, but I'm realizing like, yeah, we have all these 2 mana artifacts. You sack one and go get a Feast and Famine or a Hearth and Home. You potentially just end the game, right? Ooh, Archaeomancer's map too. Archaeomancer's map gets you into Helm of the Host. Oh, that's interesting. That is very interesting. What's going on over here? Terrible stuff. Terrible stuff. Players have no maximum hand size. Yep, opponent can wheel and do all the nasty stuff. Rite of Flame doesn't hold a sword. Freya is probably fine. Yeah, that's fair. I've been starting to put Rite of Flame in decks like this. Rite of Flame, Seething Song, right? Stuff like that. When the game is limited to 6 turns, maybe 7 turns, right? You need to do as much as you possibly can in that time. And this is gonna give us cards because we could so badly use some cards. And this is what I talk about with like Aurelia is a little, yeah, thank God. Those are some big pickups for us right there. I can get down with that. Yeah. Uh Aurelia is not typically going to be perceived as the strongest thing at the table in a bracket 4 game. Um, so, just little things like this, right? We get these few extra cards. We maybe don't hit the spot removal because there's a Xerus and a Ristic Study at the table, and those probably need to die. I should actually read this thing. Common damage to player exile top cards of their lot. That's Excalibur. Okay. Okay. We probably need to get that Lotus Field in. That probably needs to happen. Um, we should probably cast the Treasonous Ogre. Other thing to consider. Other thing to consider would be just Farewell next turn. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna go Treasonous Ogre. Not paying. Are there 2 studies out? Or is that just one? Did it just look weird? Yeah, opponent's got a million snakes. Play the Lotus Field. Sack 2 lands. Mountain and Bonders. Next turn, we're probably going to burn a lot of life with the Ogre. Then try to drop a Farewell. Xerus is starting to get out of control here. Ideally, someone else would have like some spot removal to maybe look at that and try to deal with it, but I'll tell you what, those 3 extra cards from Xerus, though, are... I can't even imagine where we'd be without that. That Lotus Field, definitely a big pickup to get that going. No idea what this Kenrith's up to. Kodos is going to hit someone and cast a mini Villainous Wealth, and it's annoying to remove. Okay. Yep. Yep, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, you may cast any number of spells mana value X or less, where X is the, what, how much damage you do? Yeah, okay. Yep, that's kind of disgusting. Notably, we have a blocker, and they have their Ristic Study, so hopefully they go over there. And they have this Goblin Bomb. Goblin Bomb. Yeah, I mean, let's start talking about it in chat now. How much life do we spend pumping mana into this thing next turn? Assuming everything stays put and also that Xerus doesn't just win the game, which could in theory happen. If Xerus were to wheel, Xerus wheeling would not be the worst thing that's ever happened. I think the only thing I'd be truly sad about is the Farewell. I wouldn't mind looking at this, but... this hand it's weird. It's like, it's a lot of setup, Jessica's Will is nice, but yeah, that's the thing to think about. Jessica's Will is significantly less good when your commander costs 6. I've been looking at, maybe it needs to go in here too, was it Glimpse the Impossible? Is a interesting budget Jessica's Will. Yeah, so for those that aren't familiar with this thing, someone put it on my radar recently. 3 mana, exile top 3 cards of your library. You may play those this turn. At the beginning of your next end step, if any of those cards remain exiled, put them in your graveyard, then create an Eldrazi spawn for each card put into your graveyard this way. So, a couple important things here. One, it doesn't keep the cards in exile. So, like we have reanimation in the deck, which means you don't lose them forever, and that's actually huge. Two, anything you don't cast turns into mana, which is also good. So, it's not quite Jeska's Will, which is insanely powerful, but for like, I don't know, these things are like 30 cents or something. It's a really good budget impersonation, and there might be times where this is actually like, yeah, I guess when you don't have your commander in play, there are times where like you might want this instead, depending on what you're trying to do. Like, I'm not saying cut your Jeska's Will. I'm just saying that like maybe you want both, or like maybe sometimes, I don't know. I probably need to see it a little bit more, but yeah, I've seen it a couple times, and it's interesting. Oh, what just happened? Someone just dropped a rift. Yeah, there's a Cyclonic Rift. Wonderful. I mean, I guess of all things, that's probably not the worst thing that could happen. Xerus is back in hand. Whose turn is it? Okay, opponent did it weirdly during their turn. Oh, they were trying to remove the blockers. Okay, I see. So that means Xerus will come back. That also means that... Okay. Oh, this is interesting. So, yeah. Opponent's got the Thought Vessel, which means they're probably going to have more than 7 cards in hand by the end of this turn, which very much makes Jeska's Will a very interesting card to play right here. Yeah, okay. So, Rampant Growth. Maybe they cast one more spell. They have 8. 8 is a lot of red mana. The only thing I'm concerned about is that we don't really have additional card draw after that. Yeah, so maybe we are still on this weird... Man, 8 red mana is a ton, though. That is a ton of red mana. Ugh. Nope. They're getting more stuff out of their hand. Okay, this thing's back. Yeah, because we haven't found additional card draw. If we can find something else that like looks at more cards, that would be very good. Mountain does not look at more cards. It is colored mana though. Yeah. 6. Oh, there's 8 cards over here. That is once again still a lot of red mana. 24 minimum. These draws are making the curve look way higher than it is. I know the mana curve in this deck is like 2 and 3, right? Like, how did we draw? Mountain lets us cast the Ogre into Jeska's. It does indeed do that. Yeah, I mean, it's probably got to be the card draw. Yeah. Oh, God, that's so much mana. Oh, that is so much mana. It is very difficult to not look at that man, to give up 8 mana. Alright, let's assume that the Xerus deck is going to wheel at some point. I'm gonna run our hand kind of... I mean, we have this thing. Yeah, I mean, Aurelia could just kill stuff with this. That seems fine. God. The cards, and to some degree, it's like, maybe we shouldn't have gotten rid of the Bonder's Enclave, but our mana color sucks, so we kind of had to. Yeah, play the Mountain. So that's 5. Let us... We have a lot of artifacts in hand. Artifacts in hand are awkward with inspiring. Man, 8 red mana, huh? What do you guys think? The slow line play, cast land, land tax, Shaku. Yeah, I know. Do we have time to? I don't think we have time to be on the slow play, right? There's a Xerus deck at the table. Yeah, let's just go for broke here. Like in theory, Excalibur and Aurelia could probably get us there. 3 life, 6 life, Jessica's Will. Yeah, add a bunch of red mana. Target this player. You know what? We could also get the land tax, which I think I might do. So pay 3 more life. Choosing this player. 8 red mana. Shaku. Statuary. Boots. How much is this thing to cast? It is 4 to cast Excalibur. I might wait a turn to do that. Yeah, and then land tax and boots on this guy. Is it worth? Yeah, there's not really much on the board. Let's dethrone this guy. Why not? Send this over here. Dethrone. Okay, so we are low on cards, but our mana ramp situation is looking like something that, is acceptable. And running total life 9. Yeah, okay. So we've made 3 mana. Interesting thing to think about. Keeper of the Accord is also 4 mana. If we had played a Keeper of the Accord in this game, we would have gotten, at least 2 lands. So, Keeper of the Accord is a much less risky version of this same sort of idea. If we don't lose any of our stuff, let me see here. So that's the white, that's the red, that gets Aurelia. Actually, Panoptic Mirror. That's spicy. There's one you don't see. Actually, you don't see it because they just unbanned it. That's why you don't see it. Let's see how bad this is going to get. That is why you don't see it, because until very recently... Wait, did they not imprint anything? Checking game log. I do not see that they've imprinted a card. Check the chat. So this is plus 10. That makes Aurelia 13, which means 2 hits from Aurelia is lethal on a player. Notably, we have that Rogue's Passage, which may come in very handy against Xerus, who has flying and is annoying. Yeah, I don't see that they've imprinted a card here, which usually makes it a lot less good. They do have to pay mana to imprint, but I don't see what they imprinted. Wait. Imprint. Oh, you choose when you do the I think you choose it when you activate? I've never actually really played with this card, if I'm being completely honest with you. Maybe that's what... yeah, maybe they choose the imprint... Yeah, okay, I think. They choose the imprint when they activate it. Okay. And then they do it again, and if that imprint happens to be a board wipe... that'll be terrible. There's a lot of things that could be terrible. Now, if we were to rip some double strike off the top, Aurelia could kill 2 players. If they imprint extra turn, the game is over. Noted. Noted. Thank you for sharing that. As once again stated, I have not played against this card very much because it has been banned for, I think, the entire time that I've played Commander. Um... Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna have to see what everyone else has. Yep, that's another Jessica's Will. Yeah, I like the ramping we did last turn, but it was at the cost of we don't get to look at many more cards. Just mana in there. I mean, mana's good, but could be worse. I do see what you're saying about the villainous wealth, though. And then there's also a world in which, if we kill them, windfall. I'll take a windfall. I'll big time take a windfall. Let's see if they had extra turns. They have extra turns. Okay, we have a fresh hand that looks very nice. Can we win the game with this fresh hand? Very possibly. We spend enough life. We need other opponents to not win the game with that hand, with their hands. This player's tapped out. That's good. No commander, so most of the free spells are going to be offline there. Force of Will is still a thing. This player just about tapped out. They can get the Chrome Mox. They really want to. I imagine they would. Assuming they go like Chrome Mox 3 visits and hopefully just tap out, that'd be nice. Might have to watch out for some free spells. Oh, hey. You remember these guys that we added to the deck? These also turn into a Helm of the Host with Oswald. Will we be getting the Oswald win? I guess we need to get Aurelia in to do that also. It might just be easier to get Godo. Yeah, I mean, that windfall. That windfall has set us up. Opponent appears to be tapped out. Commander's in, so, the free spells are a thing, but the Kenrith player might just be playing all the new cards on the Game Changers list. Yeah, based on what's in the, Warrior's Oath. Okay, they definitely have a lot of extra turns, so letting them untap is a bad idea. Worst case scenario, we can wear something at instant speed. In fact, we could probably even do it at the end step. Although, we might want to try to hit both halves there. Our white mana kind of sucks. Did they make one of these guys in white where you can... Did they make one where you gain 3 life and then add a white mana? Can we get that one? Zera's coming back. Yep. I mean, you just count to 11 with Godo. Yeah, right. If no one's got interaction, count to 11 with Godo, and Watch the good times roll. I do really want to try the Oswald thing, though, but it takes so... Right, you got to cast Oswald, move the boots, cast Aurelia. Also, that's more white mana than we have currently. It is very cute, though. At the beginning of each... what does it say? At the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws a card. Whenever an opponent draws a card, the player loses a life. Oh, we don't love that. Because we're already planning to burn a lot of our own life with this guy. No, not Winds of Change. Oh, our hand is so good. Oh, our hand is so... Okay, so what we do need to do is we're going to cast Aware. Yeah, we don't have any white mana. Cast Aware on the Panoptic Mirror and get that nonsense out of here. Pay 3 more life. Oh, this hand is so good. Well, we're going to find out how good our recursion package is. It seems. They can have the study. Oh, crap, we're going to lose a ton of life. Anything else we can get out of here of instant speed? The life loss here is actually going to be really going to limit what we can do with the Treasonous Ogre. Oh, this hand is so good. Second wheel. Notably, these go into the library, not to the graveyard. That could have weird effects depending on what we draw. It'd be 12 life. Yeah, that's not good. That's a lot of life loss. What's in the graveyard? Excalibur's in there. Winds of Change. Oswald Helm of the Host. It's a little... Oh, God, that's so much. So much stuff. Hopefully the game doesn't crash with all these triggers. Oh, 12 life on the Ogre so far. Thank you. So we've made 4 additional mana with the Ogre. That is good to keep track of. What color is this thing? It's colorless. That's unfortunate. However, we're also potentially in line to win with Feast and not Feast Famine, Hearth and Home. So we could potentially go Oswald. Well, let's check our white mana. We have 4 white mana. 5th white mana right there. So we need 2 on Aurelia, 2 here. Okay. And we'll probably need 1 here eventually. Except that... Yeah, okay, we'll need to plan ahead to do all this. So we need Aurelia, Hearth and Home, make this thing protection from... Oh, it's colorless, isn't it? It is colorless. That's unfortunate. Okay. 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 The question is how to get the final hits on the Xeris because they have a colorless blocker. Hmm. Oh, I know. Um, I mean, I guess it'll be up to opponent to recognize that they have a colorless blocker and not just scoop. That's more likely what'll just happen. You could cast Tear on the Sprawling Crawler. That may have been a good idea. That may have been a good idea. Um, Crap, there's no Sinew and Steel in the deck. Sinew and Steel would get us through that. Maybe we look at Himmel the Host. Yeah, maybe we just look at going straight to Helm. Since messing with Hearth and Home is going to be awkward here. It's going to be a lot of life loss for Helm of the Host. Potentially more than we have. Potentially more than we have. A free equip would be amazing. Nothing for the Honor Worn Shaku. No legendary permanents in yet. It's unfortunate. Very basic mana rock at the moment. We have 16 life. That means we can activate this thing 5 times. Oh, God. Oh, this is a silly magic card. You know, if we stay with this guy, it might be the case that we just need to add more lifelink in the deck, because that does counteract problems from this thing. I'm just going to go for a single plains, I guess. Yeah, 1 plains. Big draw would be nice. If not, we're going to have to... Fervent Champion is an interesting magic card. Alright, guys. Oh, crap. That is 1 less activation of the Treasonous Ogre with that card draw. That's unfortunate. Okay. Okay. So, Fervent Champion and Oswald can potentially do silly things. I mean, we start by playing the plains because we're going to need white. Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to need white mana. No matter what we do. You know, Fervent Champion would have been nice early in the game. We could do this Oswald nonsense, but... Okay, so we have... We can use 1/2 to get Aurelia on the Inspiring Statuary. And then we would need... like 5 mana from that, leaving 1 left over, 1 there. 2 there. Maybe we do it this way. Okay, so we have 2 mana from the Statuary, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Aurelia is 6, and that gives us 3 left over, which means we would still need 6 additional mana to... What is it? 3... Yeah, 3 left over, and it's 9 for that. So we would need 6 additional mana from this thing, which we do not have. So I think that means we have to go on the Oswald play, because it is less mana overall. I think that is what needs to happen. So we have to go on the Hearth and Home play. And there is some chance that opponent could survive. Maybe not if we send the Aurelias. There is some chance opponent could survive, and there's also some chance that opponents scoop in the process, and that messes everything up. Fantastic. Love when that happens. Okay, so, yeah, let's get Aurelia. Inspiring Statuary and Boots. We need to pay... Yeah, we need the white. Then the red. Not paying for the study. Nah, opponent loses life. Is there a 3-mana artifact that would... we'd have to give up the boots to get a Hearth and Home. That is the thing. Just out of curiosity. Codsworth says, attach target or equipment you control to the thing. Yeah, okay. So, does Codsworth... Helm of the Host is a safer option, because if opponents start scooping, it still continues to trigger. So if we went white, use that, then use that white, or we have to move the boots, get Oswald. We'd have to sacrifice the... No, the Oswald play won't work, or the Codsworth play doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, okay, so back to what we were trying to do. Get Oswald, use the Honor Worn. Opponent keeps losing life to Ristic Study. And the thing. Move the boots. Pay some life. Activate this thing. Sacrifice the boots. Get Hearth and Home. Equip the Hearth and Home. So that was 3 mana off of the Ogre this turn, and now we go to combat. That's the original Aurelia. Ooh, we gotta be careful with that. Yep, that is a thing. Make sure there's nothing. Yep. What will be interesting is that we will get more mana as this continues to go off. Okay, so far I'm liking what Oswald is bringing to the table because that was a lot of potential. Like, just by playing Oswald with mana rocks, like, we have access to, like, everything in our deck, and it puts it directly into play. Yeah, Blink Aurelia. Get a Plains. Do it again. Send this thing over there. Send this thing over there. Oh, you know what we can do? We can tap Aurelia in response to this trigger to get an additional mana with the Honor Worn Shaku. We like that. We like that. Yeah, Oswald Fiddle winner. So honestly, the biggest problem is still this scrawling crawler guy. I hate that this is sorcery. If we could do this at instant speed, oh my god. Oh my good god. Okay, opponent scoops. Yeah, we thought that that might happen. Hearth and Home. Yeah, so I have not solved the problem of how we get through this stupid thing yet. And I actually don't know if we will be able to solve that problem based on what we have currently. Because if we send this in over here, we don't blink Aurelia, and then I mean, I guess we start sending that over here, I guess. Colorless not an option, right? Yep, colorless not an option. It's unfortunate. Yeah, they're going to go for the blocks here. Blink Aurelia. Oh yeah, I should have started on this plan sooner. Get another Plains. Do it again. Hopefully before opponent scoops. So we need a War Room to... Yeah, we'll probably have to use War Room to try and get lucky to whittle out of the fact that we can't kill our... Oh, opponent is about to give up their Xeris right here. Crap, opponent scooped. Yep. So that will stop the combats, and we will very likely die to Aha! Nice. Got him. We got him. So that is the one thing. Like, so this is a combo that people probably like aren't that used to looking at. So, this is a blocker. This stops this from happening, and it's up to them to know that, which they didn't recognize. So, because I guess the other thing too is that people are used to the Helm of the Host combo, which doesn't care about any of that. So they assume it's the same combo, and it's just a little bit different, right? That creature with Hearth and Home needs to keep getting through. So there we go. There we go. That worked. Yeah, right. So like it's one of those things that like the opponent has to see it. And in this case, they did not. So because they would have actually just killed us. I didn't see what our next draw was, but we were gonna have to go like War Room, draw a card, pray it's probably Teferi's Protection or something, and or maybe a Blasphemous. Yeah, Blasphemous Act probably be okay. Yeah. So it had to be Blasphemous Act, Vanquish the Horde. Probably didn't have the life or the mana to get to Waves of Aggression. Yeah, so very few things that it could have been. That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, no, I did play a land already. I definitely played the land already. Let's run it again and see if we can get like a better starting hand. But that was a very good first run. Oswald showed me some things. So, as we were talking about, the inclusion of Honor Warrant, Shaku, and Inspiring Statuary allow you to Oswald into Helm of the Host, which seems like incredible. On top of the fact that like those are pretty good mana rocks anyway. And I mean, you could trade your other stuff in, but like, you don't really want to be trading in Reaver Cleavers, Spear of Leonidas. You could trade in some of your X and Ys. But, I think you're better off, like when you're going for the win, you're better off trying to probably trade in your mana rock as opposed to something that's, because a lot of times you need those X and Ys for the evasion. Now, we did get a lot of help from the wheels because our opening hand did suck a lot. And that first windfall was incredible. And then we had what would have been like an easy game-winning hand and then went into a much more complicated game-winning hand after the windfall there. Did anyone see anything that we didn't like during the game? I would say Bonder's Enclave was a little awkward because we couldn't find colored mana at the time that we wanted colored mana. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. But I believe that game ended on our turn 6. So that's, doing exactly what our stated goal is. How much? What was the running life? 21 life from the ogre. So we made 7 additional mana. Yeah. I mean that also like it's risky, but it does open up a lot of possibilities, especially when you're behind. Given that there were 2 green decks at the table, would a Keeper of the Accord just have been better? Maybe. I don't know. We probably. I don't know if Keeper of the Accord gets us to that last turn. Because we had to make a lot of mana on that last turn. Actually, yeah, let's I know the game's down, but let's recount the mana on the last turn that we needed. So like we got 2 from the statuary. We got 1 from the Shaku, but had a second ready after the untap. So that's 4 from the rocks. We had what? I think 7 mana I guess it would have been, yeah, no, it would have been, yeah, it would have been 6 mana from the lands. That's 10 total mana. And then we use the ogre, how many times? 3? Do I run Bitterthorn? No, I should be running Bitterthorn. Crap. Yeah, no, we should definitely be running Bitterthorn. Like, it's not even funny. We should be running Bitterthorn. Oh yeah, so I guess we cast Aurelia, which is 6 mana. We cast Oswald, which is 2 mana. We equip the boots to Oswald is 4 mana. So that's 10 mana right there. Activated is 11. And move the sword is 13. We spent 13 mana to make all of that happen. We once again have a hand. Oh god. The colors. The colors. One green deck. Only one green deck at the table, notably. I'm a mulligan. If this was a plains, yeah, I guess the Pierce, yeah, with the Pure Steel Paladin. No, we could cast that guy, so yeah, okay. Mulligan that. Take the free mulligan. Into colored mana. Non-colored mana. Mana rock. This hand ramps, it does not draw. Also doesn't have a creature. I'm going to mulligan this. Back to 6. This hand has actual mana. Let's keep this one. What do we get rid of? 3 lands, probably keeping all of those. Inspiring Statuary, man, flipping a Dowsing Dagger would be pretty good. I think Dowsing Dagger. I don't know if that was correct or not. Reaver Cleaver is better on the late game. Dowsing Dagger, if you flip it early, is fantastic. Boros Verge, Sunbillow Verge. What's the Verge thing? Let's find out about the Verge thing. Sunbillow Verge. We are not running that currently. Seems like it could be very good for our deck. The problem is that I've been trying to keep the basic land count high. At least, you know, higher than it normally is. I don't know. Maybe Minds of Moria isn't good enough. How often? I mean, you're only going to use that if you have a Feast and Famine. And even then, would you use it? Witch's Clinic. Interesting. Let's go this thing tapped, I guess. Yeah, maybe Minds of Moria. I don't think is quite good enough for this deck. I think I'd rather have a dual land. Let's try the Verge. No, not the Verge. Because we're trying to be good with our early turns. Like, this deck wants you to be good with your early turns. And, you know, if you're in the situation like we're in now, it does get weird. Although, yeah. I think I'd be happier with the Battlefield Forge. Or bring back the Battlefield Forge. Or another fetch, right? Ah, crap. Yep, Battlefield is not the word you want to type in. Magic Online. What's the opinion of Nazgul Battle Mace? Let me look at it. I know I've seen it. It comes up when I do equipment searches. I haven't really used it a lot, if I'm being completely honest, but I have seen it come up in the searches quite often. Battle Mace. 5 and 3 is a little more than I'd prefer. Equipped creature has Menace, Death Touch, Annihilator 1, and when an opponent sacrifices a non-token permanent, put it onto the battlefield under your control unless they pay 3 life. I think unless they pay 3 life is probably puts a little too much power in opponents' hands. There's a Lotus Field, so we're catching all of the mana now. What lands will we get rid of into the Lotus Field? Probably the Sacred Foundry. Nothing to do on 2. Yeah, so I guess we just do this and pass. So probably Lotus Field, ditch these two. Get a Pulse Man. We go with Statuary first. Probably Statuary first. Yeah, because no one's going to have anything in graveyard. I guess it depends if there's blockers on the board. Yeah, let's go Statuary. Yeah, so the Battle Mace, I don't think it goes in a standard Voltron deck. I guess my concern is that it doesn't bring, like with a Voltron deck, you want more damage. You want like damage or keywords or protection or like evasion. The Menace is nice. The Death Touch leads me more towards something that's gonna like ping. I think you want it in some sort of like pingers or sacrifice sort of deck. Who's that card guy from The Walking Dead? Um, Negan. I think you want it in something more like a Negan deck, or maybe yeah, like places where the Death Touch is good. Like it's not bad. It's not a bad card by any means, but when you look at like what's available for that mana cost, it doesn't like for Aurelia. It doesn't wow me. You know what I mean? And in Aurelia, like a lot of equipment looks insane with Aurelia because you double everything. And so with this, you get Menace, Death Touch, which is nice. Annihilator once, you'd annihilate for 2, just okay. Um, and then if they don't pay the life, then you get the stuff back. Like there's a lot of cool abilities on it, but like for what I like to do in most of my decks, it just doesn't wow me. Yeah, I probably need less tap lands in my deck. That's probably also a thing. But hey, we it seems like we can't draw any of our 2 drops ever or our 1 drops, so we start the game at 3 mana anyway. And so with that being the case, okay, what I think we should do, I think we should wait a turn on the Lotus Field, get the Witch's Clinic down, or get either of these 2 lands down, and then get the Inspiring Statuary, because then we could go. Oh, that could change things. Um, that's a 2/2 with Trample, and if we can get that on there with that guy, that would be nice. It does take 6 mana to do all that, and that is not the quickest thing that's ever happened. So I think Witch's Clinic, Statuary is where I want to be. Get the mana ramp early. Reasonable. Felt like maybe the Annihilator would help. You know, 8 years ago, the Battle Mace probably goes in the deck where, the fight that you're having is more attrition based and it's a longer game and you're going to turn 10. I could see that Annihilator stacking up nicely over like a long haul game like that. Especially with what this deck's trying to do right now. So, I mean, there's 2 ways to play the equipment version of this deck, in my opinion. You have what I'm doing here, which is trying to combo it and just, we want infinite combats. Or you have the more standard, let's do damage and kill people, and like maybe there's an infinite in there. But, so like if you're running Black Blader Forged and Excalibur and all that sort of stuff, then ooh, that's Bitter Blossom. Those are flying blockers, is what those are. We don't like that. Um, in the damage version, it like even still it doesn't wow me, right? Like there's so many good equipment now, right? God, Assassin's Creed, right? So from Assassin's Creed, you have Uh, you have the Caduceus, which is incredible, and like, yeah, should probably be in this deck, right? You have Spear of Leonidas, which is insane. And you have Excalibur, which is insane, right? And so, that's the stuff that the Battle Mace is competing against. And then you have now 10 Swords of X and Y, right? When there were like 3 or 4 of them, that left a lot more deck slots in your deck. But like 10 Swords of X and Y with Aurelia gives you a lot of choices. And like, I'm only running 3, and I'm very sad about the ones that I'm not running. Like, you heard me last game. I'm like, ooh, I wish there was a Sinew and Steel in this deck because we need to pop an artifact. And Sinew and Steel would probably be next in the pecking order. You could also make an argument for Fire and Ice as the removal and additional card draw. Wouldn't be the worst idea ever either. But Addis Bogus. That seems nasty if you start copying that a whole bunch of times. I could see that being a problem. Mjolnir to... Yeah, let me read Mjolnir again. That one's confusing. I haven't really played with it yet. It's been in some lists, but it hasn't shown up, so... Also, I want you guys to like pay attention. If you see cards that are underperforming in these games, because that's always the hardest thing to find, is like... There's so many powerful cards now that, like, so few things underperform. It's really a question of, like, do they overperform? And if they don't, you can probably replace it with something that does. So, that is Kumbal. And now there's a Fanatic of Mogus. Why are there many Fanatic of... That's a lot of Fanatic of Mogus. I have a feeling a Treasonous Ogre is going to be really bad this game. I don't think that's going to be... Why did opponent get one? Whenever one or more non-tokens your opponents control enter for... Oh, wow, yeah. It's a lot of life loss is what that is. Our cards from Edge of Eternities available on Magic Online yet? They are in the system. They are not legal in any format. I did try to make a Edge of Eternities deck earlier, and it wouldn't let me. It said they were all illegal cards, so that's where we're at. I assume that'll probably come online this week, I'm guessing. Whoops. Yeah, no cards in graveyard yet, so Pulse Mage Advocate isn't really up to its task yet, but I'm sure someone will get there eventually. Gets plus X, where X is the number of equipped creatures you control. So that'd be 1 if it attacks by itself. This would give it 2, which would be a card draw. That'll be a card draw, so we just need to get to all the mana we need to get this thing equipped. I once got Kumbal against a Mirim deck. I got copies of the dragons. Oh, that sounds ridiculous. That sounds incredibly ridiculous. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, each opponent loses life and you gain a life. Yeah. So Treasonous Ogre will be not a useful card this game. We do have the... Codsworth. This looks like a great time for Codsworth, if we're being honest. It is an artifact, which means it will not have Inspire. It's unfortunate. Can we get 2 cards this turn? Because if we could, that would also be cool. Yeah, we can't use that there. I mean, those just have to go to Codsworth. That's colors. That doesn't help. That's an artifact. Yeah, okay, yeah. I think we're just stuck on one thing, but it makes it a turn to get the... Lotus Field down. Play the Lotus Field. Since we're running Lotus Field, we should probably put Keeper of the Accord in the deck. God knows where that's going to fit. You love Codsworth? He's so good. Yeah, someone just sent us a message. Why are people sending us messages? Hey, I just want to say I love your channel. Thank you. Streaming right now. Are they in this game with us? Yes, they are in fact in the game with us. Yeah, Codsworth, I talked about it earlier. It's interesting, right? It has three abilities, which is on its surface fantastic. It's not the best at any of those three abilities. Ward 2 isn't hexproof. 2 mana for only equipment is not like full mana rock, but certainly useful for things. Um, get rid of the foundry and the mines. And then the attach at sorcery speed only is not as good as like what's it called? What's that one I like? Is the 3 mana artifact guy there? What's that? Oh god, I can't think. Brass Squire. So it's not that, which is instant speed, because at instant speed you can move like protection and hexproof and stuff around, and that's very silly. So it's not the best in any of those categories, but that's 3 abilities on one creature, and I mean, this is a perfect game to get a look at him because it's early in the game. Hopefully a board wipe doesn't just go off and he gets nuked, because I'd really like to see how he performs here. My big problem is the price tag of $17, 17 US dollars for Codsworth is very unfortunate. Okay, yep, opponent sacking stuff. Makes sense. Keeper of the Accord and Brought Back. Oh yeah, those sound nice. Those sound real nice. How does Lotus Field work with Brought Back? Is that insane? Is that like a insane ramp combo? I guess you would need you. What's the timing on Brought Back? You float the mana, then do it. Ooh, that does seem insane. Should I be running Brought Back? God, guys, there's no room for all these cards. There's no room for all these cards. I'd probably go Keeper of the Accord first, just because Keeper is generically good. Brought Back has some timing stuff. You do need to leave mana up, like during your opponent's turns, and like this deck is just, you need to get pretty late into the game to be leaving mana up. This is a deck that very much just wants to like use all of its mana and do the thing. The other one you got too is you got the Fetch Land Cosmic Intervention combo, which I probably wouldn't run in this deck, but for like a mono white deck, because mono white doesn't ramp quite the same way that a Boros deck can with like a Animist or Bitterthorn or whatever. Opponent's gonna attack us. Draw cards equal to the number of cards defending player's hand, then minus the number of cards in your hand. Awesome. Wonderful. That's 3/5. We'll just go ahead and take that. That'd be a Consecrated Sphinx. Well, I guess we're going to do a little removal check at the table. Find out who's got some. It's a Rogue's Passage. We're down to 22 already. Somehow our life total is lower than everyone else. That's not the best. We are going to need to get that Witch's Clinic online at some point, because we are bleeding life. Insult. Are we going to die this turn? One, two, three. Yep. And then opponent will get me. Yeah, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. And we got 14, so we just missed the roll again, I think. Yep, there's another Fanatic coming in, tapped and attacking. We might be dead before we get to see this Codsworth. I would not be thrilled about that. I think either way we're going to be in like a bad position. Opponent has life gain over there, which I'm incredibly jealous about at the moment. Um, let's see what this is. Is it a rift? No, it's a settle the wreckage. Okay. Well, that does a couple things. That is going to reduce the amount of devotion to red, and it's also going to get the Delina out of play for a little bit, so, you know, slow them down just a touch. This is good. This will keep our life total higher than it would have been otherwise. Maybe give us a little time to get into this thing. Never underestimate a good settle the wreckage. A comeuppance there wouldn't have been the worst thing either. I guess damage can't be... Yeah, damage can't be prevented. Never mind. Doesn't work against insult. Man, I miss running insult. It's just nice to lay that down. We're still at 16. I don't know if we can survive another turn. Treasonous Ogre off the top would be not good. Opponent cracks the thing to draw a card. That triggers the Sphinx, which is bad. Blasphemous Act is a magic card. I do believe that we will be blowing up our Codsworth for the greater good. Okay, play the command tower. Float the mana. Drop a Blasphemous Act. Make sure I do the right thing with the colors. So we need a red and a white. We're going to need another red to try and get the Reaver Cleaver. Hopefully we have enough for all this. So I'm going to need red, 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 and one white. So we get the white from the command tower and then go triple red on this guy. Crap, this is getting countered. Yep. Mana Drain, the worst one. Also awesome. What could be more awesome than a Mana Drain on a Blasphemous Act? I mean, the game's probably over with that Consecrated Sphinx. Codsworth will survive. That's exciting. Let's get the Jorkadine. Then the Reaver Cleaver. Yep. And we pass like that. More removal needed. We need to bring that swords back in because we can't handle a Consecrated Sphinx. Probably a path to... Yeah, I mean, the way that this deck needs to be playing, like, against the decks you're going to be playing against, sword, you probably want swords and path, both. Okay, there's a D-Spark. Okay, the game doesn't just have to just end. So, that's nice. That is an exile, so we shouldn't be seeing that again. But opponent is going to get a ton of mana. And they have 9 cards in hand, so... I mean, it's probably going to be bad, and they're probably going to get very... They're already ahead, but they're going to get very far ahead. Also, there's a Bastion of Remembrance, which is also terrible for us. We very much need... Well, there's one you don't see. Sacrifice a creature, regenerate target creature. Can't read that word. It's too small. What's it say? Fanatical Devotion. Okay. I see why that makes sense in their deck. But that is not a card to see. Yeah, so... We need Aurelia, and we need Aurelia with lifelink. That would be incredible. Unfortunately, we can't give this guy lifelink. See how bad this gets. Pathrazor of Ulamog. No big deal. Swings over to the red deck. Yep. Oh, we can get Aurelia this turn. Land off the top, I think, does good things for us. So we can Inspiring Statuary, get 2 for Aurelia. We don't have the colors for Aurelia. Crap. The Lotus Field is a little awkward with Aurelia. Yeah, land off the top does incredible things for us. Colored, untapped land. And we can get Aurelia, equip the Reaver Cleaver, and give Aurelia lifelink in the second combat. Which, I mean, it's only, would that be 4? I would take 4 life. 4 life seems like a lot in this moment. Time Spiral is a sight for sore eyes. Oh, wait. Oh, they untap, don't they? They do untap. I'm not thrilled about the untapping part, but we do need a new hand. Okay. There are things in this hand. Oh, I guess Amaria is in the deck. We could probably cut Amaria because I mean, I guess if you add Bitterthorn. You add Bitterthorn, Amaria becomes possible. But still kind of a long shot. Signet. Yeah, Canonist is going to be our friend. We want to get that down after we do all the shenanigans we want to do. Unfortunately, we did not get the untapped colored land that we were looking for. However, no haste. Haste would be nice. Teferi's Protection can keep us alive. I like that, although we have to fight through probably a lot of counters for all that. Mountain on the... Oh, we do have a mountain. Oh, thank you. Yep. I'm using those ones. I should probably switch off of those ones. Thank you. Thank you. I have not used this art yet. I'm not used to looking at these. Tormenting Voice is okay with me. Okay. So, that means that we should be able to go Aurelia and get some Witch's Clinic action happening. Is there a safe place to get this in? Not really. Doesn't look like. Random pretty picture to the left. Yeah, so, yep. Oh, it's another one. We found another one. Okay. Yep, play the mountain. Do everything we talked about. Cast Aurelia. Use the Inspiring Statuary. Use this as mana. Pay... Let's see, we need to go white, white, white. Red and red. Actually, if we do that, because there'll be one floating, I think we can get the Signet. Okay, so if I use these into the Signet, that might not work. If we use these into the Signet, then we come up short on colors. Nope, no, we cannot get the Signet beforehand. Makes me sad. Okay, do it again. Red. White, white, white. The blue player sits and thinks about it. I am not thrilled. It resolves. Attach a thing we control to here. There's Impervious Great Worm there. I mean, opponent's like definitely sitting on interaction. There's no way they aren't. We've got one floating that we're just going to have to let go. Yeah, like the chances of this going... We have Ward. Codsworth might be pulling its weight here in a second. Isn't really a trigger? Notably, it untaps Codsworth. That could be useful for something. God, I wish it was instant speed. Oh, I wish it was instant because then we can move it over here and then attack with this guy and then draw an extra card. We could also take the stance of being a combo control deck. Just deal with the early efficient creatures while finding our pieces. Then combo like turn 5, turn 6. Yeah, that's probably a thing we could do also. Yeah, be removal heavy. Probably give up on a lot of our creatures. Yeah, there's two ways to go. There's the, like, just race to it as fast as possible. And then there's the, I did build an Aurelia deck once that had no other creatures in it. So it was just, like, all ramp and removal spells. It was effective, but it wasn't particularly fun. I'm winning these, but I'm not really enjoying winning with this deck. Notably, there is a Great Worm that could ruin our life, and that's a thing we should think about. Opponent blocks. Aurelia makes a bunch of treasures. We like that. Opponent will get a treasure. Back to combat. Does it make sense to send it in? I don't think it makes sense to... This will become a 3-3. Crap, should we have sent this the first time? We should have... they could have blocked with the token and killed it the first time. I guess it's fine. Yep. Send this into the red player since I don't see any blocking over there. Let's give our commander lifelink. Seems like a good idea. I think we're going to have to wait on the Signet a turn. Even though, generally you like to get those down as fast as you can, but given the situation of what's going on. So with 5 mana, that's enough to go Canonist and Teferis, and I like what that means. So let's get a Canonist and sit on a Teferis. If they have a counter, they probably counter this. Notably, there is an Annihilator 3 over there. That would probably require a Teferis protection. And if opponent taps out, I will probably not wait. Like, if they tap out during this turn, I'll probably drop the Teferis then. We're up to 17. Why did it only give treasures? Because they blocked with 1, and I didn't think about that. The 6th treasure would have gotten us to Boros Signet before all the things we just did. Genesis Chamber seems good with what they have. I've taken a page out of the Screw Treasures book and ordered 5 copies of Gataki's Board Wage. Yeah, that's a nasty magic card, is what that is. Nasty little magic card. As someone who plays predominantly equipment-heavy decks, it is particularly disgusting. I killed a table on turn 5 with my Aurelia a few days ago. Windcrag Siege is kind of bonkers. Okay, walk me through the line that you took, because I'm very curious about how you got to a turn 5 win. Because, like, turn 5 win is not easy with Aurelia. Like, 6 is doable, like we did in the last game, but we had some help. We got a lot of card draw from our opponents. 7 is much more doable. 5 is very fast. Well, doesn't look like opponents tapping out that mana the way we want them to, so we're probably going to have to eat the full wrath of their counterspells and so on. Yep, see what opponents want. You know, surprisingly, this thing doesn't have trample. That's something. Our direction. Don't send the 9/9. Okay, then, thank God. Sending the 16 our way. How do we feel about that? Notably, if we Teferis Protect, then the Canonist will not be in play, and opponents can go wild. But it does mean that we untap with all of our stuff, and we like that. Let's just see what kind of creature comes down before... Jin-Gitaxias. Eek. Wow. It's a magic card. Windcrag Sieves gives you 2 combat from Aurelia rather than the 1. Okay. Okay, maybe we do want... Do we want Windcrag? Do we want Windcrag Siege? Yeah, I mean, it's... So let's try this Teferis Protection. Whether it gets through or not, I have no idea, but... Would I love to have it for an additional turn? Sure. Could bait a counter. It's a thing that could happen. It does indeed bait the counter. Who are we blocking with? Codsworth did its job, but it's still providing ward, and I feel like that's relevant. This is card draw, which we have a Yleth, but I guess the problem with this guy is that we can't really get him in anywhere right now. So I think he's doing... But we could draw 2. We do have Bonder's Enclave. I think it's going to be the Jorkadine, even though I really want the card draw. Yeah, there's just like nowhere to put the Jorkadine in, right? Because there's just like blockers everywhere, and we don't have. So without evasion, the Jorkadine has been a little meh. You really probably got to get a sort of X and Y on it, which we have not done. Yeah, probably got to take another look at Windcrag Siege. Gives you 2 combats. Oh, I see. So yeah, you would get 3 combats with Aurelia. Yeah, you can do a lot with 3 combats. A lot of like combat celebrant and stuff like that does the same sort of thing. Bastion of Remembrance. Yep. I don't think opponent has cast the negate, which means they cannot cast another spell this turn. Remember that for our signet, that our signet is... Oh, no. The signet does not get lumped into the... It is an artifact, so it can be cast. Opponent's tapping up for something. I mean, if it's not an artifact, they can't cast it. Yep. Probably realizing the Canonist right now. They're going to draw a million. Yep. Notably, opponent does not have flying blocking. God, this deck needs a Grand Abolisher. You need a Grand Abolisher so hard. Yeah, the doubling attack triggers with Aurelia is interesting because only creatures with Vigilance can attack in the last combat step, which Aurelia has Vigilance, so she can attack, but a lot of times the rest of the team... So depending on what you're doing, right? So for Voltron Aurelia, where it's, you know, mainly just Aurelia doing the work, then that's fine. For like a more creature-based Aurelia, then... you need to have Vigilance on your creatures, otherwise they don't untap at the correct time to get the third. Red, White, Ishan? Yeah. Aurelia came first, thank you very much. There's an... Oh, I did see the new better Grand Abolisher. There is a new better Grand Abolisher. Yeah, we could very much use a Grand Abolisher. Silence. Anything. Just to... From, like, whatever piece of interaction they have, I would love to not get blown out by it, but I fear that we probably will. I mean, they have a Jin-Gitaxias, so I guess you just gotta slam them with everything we got, but... What's this thing do? Roll 1 or more dice, roll that many dice plus 1, and it gets bigger. Okay. Mural's also good. You know, man, the 4 mana. The 4 mana. If you can get her down quick, she's ridiculous. We could use a big draw, honestly. Like, we're okay, but, like, we can't kill anything, and I'd very much like to be able to kill someone, particularly this player with the Jin-Gitaxias. That'd be cool. Valina's back. I think it's a lot more life loss is going to be the order of the day here. That's another Fanatic of Mogus. Let's see. I mean, if opponent has interaction, they probably try to do something about this. Because that is a bunch more damage. Yep, and sending this thing their way. And all that happens. And all that happens. And all that happens. Wait. Are we dead? Is this infinite? There's a lot of Fanatic of Mogus. I don't understand what's happening. Okay. If you would roll one or more dice, instead roll that many. Oh, they keep. Wow. Yeah, I think they're going to kill us. I am in fact live. Delina is insane with Aurelia. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, the fact that our Teferi's protection did not go off means that we're almost certainly dead to. And maybe we should have waited. Maybe we should have waited and just blocked. Yeah. Delina is going to get. Yep, there that is. There that is. Okay. Okay. Um, it'd be great if we had like a starting hand that wasn't awful. Because so far they have not been ideal. What's that? What's that one called? Spectator. I would like to have my early drops and then be able to do things with my early drops. Spectator seating. Let's get that in. I suppose we do have a lot of 3-drops in the deck. But there's also a lot of 2-drops and a lot of 1-drops, and none of which we've seen, which is super annoying. Okay. I was not incredibly impressed. So, like, you need an X and Y on this guy to start drawing. I do think we need to get a Bitter Thorn into the deck. That is a big oversight. Definitely get the Bitter Thorn in. But, like, we still have the God, we were so slow last game. I don't think Umezawa's is good in this setup. We don't have the double strike to really make it work. Like, you once you get 4 counters on Umezawa's, it's disgusting. At 2 counters, it tends to be underwhelming. Really feel like I want that Rite of Flame. If we could just, like, get to our stuff quicker, that'd be cool. Here's a question. At any point would Astor... I guess, yeah, we've been short on cards every game, so Astor digging for equipment would probably be nice. Sticky Fingers would not have been amazing, really, I don't think, for most of the games we've seen. Yeah, I probably could have played the Teferi's different, just like gave up the creature first, and then, you know, because we knew we had the Canonists, so they could very easily lock themselves out of not having the counter. Gilgamesh digs for... What's Gilgamesh? I did get lucky with that as the first time that I've gotten Will to Resolve. Yeah, I see that combo looks pretty good. Okay, attacks. Look at the top 6 of your library. You may put any number of equipment cards on the battlefield. Rest on the bottom. Random order. Whenever one or more equipment is put on the battlefield, you may attach them to a samurai you control. It's not awful, but it's 6 mana. Just like, I mean, we barely got to 6 mana that game. We cast Aurelia. That was all we did was 6 mana, right? Which is probably more an issue with removal. Than anything. Yep, more testing. More testing needed. Yeah, Waves. Waves is good. Especially with Reaver Cleaver now. Yeah. You just need lands in hand. Waves is a very good Magic card. I feel like Astor could be on the chop and block. God. There's just so much stuff now. Maybe this is too slow for this setting. Because if, like, we're messing around with this... this might be too slow for this setting. I'd like to see it one time. And ideally have, like, a cheap creature to go with it, but... what else can we get rid of? Pulse Mage has actually been underwhelming in this context. It's more of a late game thing when people have full graveyards, but... I mean, so the craziest thing with Pulse Mage is that if you have Pulse Mage in and someone has a full graveyard, you cast Aurelia. Aurelia can get countered, you tap the Pulse Mage, and then still get Aurelia, right? Like, it's... That's an incredibly powerful effect. You can just, like, not care about their removal with Aurelia. So, like, that... It's hard to give that up. What's coming out? Mother Runes? Mother's so good, though. Ugh. Canonist is good. Canonist gives us some protection against nonsense. This deck probably needs more rule of laws, but like we just need to be faster at the start. We've been so slow at the start, and I can't figure out why. I think we're just... Is it bad hands? Is it just bad hands? Might be bad hands. The 2-mana equip on pickaxe is... Okay, yeah, we'll cut the pickaxe. I'm gonna start up this thing and run to the bathroom real quick. Curse of Opulence would be perfect for Aurelia. It's not awful. I mean, like in the games we've played so far, we have not gotten the early creature down. Like we haven't been able to get like. I have a Rogue Rack deck, and with Rogue Rack, Curse of Opulence is insane. But, yeah, I don't know. Like it's okay. Like we've had weird hands. The problem, the one problem with Curse also is that it gets weird if someone has. I think it gets weird if you have the most life. What's it? How does it read again? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm thinking of a different card. Maybe I need to look at it. Whenever a Channel player is attacked, create a gold token. Each opponent attacking... Okay. It can give opponents gold, and that can be detrimental. That can be detrimental to you, but it is a way for you to get some quick mana going. I guess one of the things I don't like about it is that like maybe it's you know, if you lay it down on turn 1, it's probably good. If you lay it after turn 1, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it does trigger. It does trigger when other people attack them too. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe curse. More fast mana. More fast mana seems like the answer. Sky Hunter Strike Force. Is that the one that finds equipment? Try to get the curse in here next game. Probably won't be able to play another game, but Sky Hunter. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I can see. Yeah, that looks ridiculous. The mini Adriana. Oh my God, is this a hand with ramp? This hand actually looks good. Let's keep this finally. 3 games. Went to 6 both games. Arbaz Mir, that's a card. I was looking at that the other day. I'm like, that seems like it could kill people very quickly. I'm sure, yeah, if you throw, what's that card called? The ridiculous ones that combos with everything. I think it's from Ravnica. You cast a thing and return the other thing. You just keep doing that over and over. Should have mulled jinxed yourself. I mean, it's got 3 lands with all of our colors. Ramp, ramp, a thing that finds more stuff, and this thing which I have not looked at yet. But does look very cool. And a blacksmith skill for some protection. Love all that. Nothing on 1. So we'll go Sacred Foundry tapped. This is, you know, looking at this hand is kind of how I drew the deck up. Creature, equipment, ramp, protection spell. It's kind of where we want to be. What does this thing do? Disgusting stuff. Sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life. You gain a life. 4th time, flip it. Oh, yep. And then disgusting stuff on the back. This does a lot of life loss to everything. It's not the best. And the beginning of your next end step, each player exiles the top card of their library until your next turn. Each player may play the card exiled this way. Beginning of your end step, each player exiles the top card of their library until the next end step. That's interesting. Huh. I don't know what to make of that guy. Arbaz Mir is in play. Lotus Petal. Yep, get this party going. Does anyone know if this is a CDH deck? I feel like it could be because it's 2 mana. AKA the Sword of Free Stuff. Rogue Rack? Yep. Okay, is it just like dump the hand and wheel? Is that the deck? I'm guessing it's the deck. Oh, that's also probably part of, yeah, if you get the thingy and then free cards and you just pick them up and bounce and keep doing the thing. Yep, that's probably the deck. Would love to get, I mean, it's probably not the best of the bunch, but a Deafening Clarion. Because, like, last game we were running low on life super quick, but Deafening Clarion would also clear out, you know, a lot of stuff like this. But notably, a lot of things are starting to have 4 toughness, and it makes all those 3 burn spells much less good. Enlightened Tutor is a very real Magic card. Yeah, get the Talisman. What do we want to do with the Enlightened Tutor? Soul Ring is always a play. Their decks also do seem very fast. That being the case, Bitter Blossom. Their decks being fast might mean Soul Ring for us. We'll see how this turn goes. I mean, hopefully they don't just like drop a wheel or a combo. Takasha's welcome. Yep, I see what's happening. The other thing with Enlightened Tutor is that it finds a lot of the combos in the deck. Maybe we save it. I mean, Aster's going to come out this turn anyway. You know, we've got the Honor Worn, and Honor Worn can get a little bit of mana. We've got this thing right here. Let's see what goes to exile. Crap. That's not how I expected that to go. That is a Steel Shaper's Gift. Well, that complicates things. Because I would like to have that Steel Shaper's Gift. Crap. Now we're all out of swords. Read this again. Whenever, until your next end step, each player may play the... Okay, yeah, so this is our only chance to play the thing. So I guess we should play the thing. You know, Hearth and Home's a real contender here. Haste also isn't the worst thing I've ever heard of. Oh, Bitterthorn? Pip-Boy, man. There's a lot of good choices here. I actually don't know what to get. Bitterthorn is some really easy ramp. But then we run... I guess we have this thing to dig. I'll get Mask of Memory. Get the Honor Worn. And pass. Yeah, we kind of got out of sorts there. I thought that... Maybe I pressed the wrong button, I'm not sure. I thought that we'd have another chance to Enlighten Tutor at the end step. So now that we're going to be exiling stuff off the top, Enlighten Tutor probably makes a lot more sense to just get Soul Ring, because we're going to be... Yeah, this allows us to look at extra cards. I guess there's also a world... There's a world in which boots on this thing are a good idea. Skeleton. Yeah, Equip Cost 1 is... Equip Cost 1 is the primary reason that we're running this. What is that? Oh, Dark Ritual. Sephiroth, then, yep. Yeah, the Equip Cost 1 is... That's the main thing, especially because... Particularly when you're trying to get Helm of the Host, right? That makes Helm of the Host a much easier play. But then, you know, there's a world like, do you run Arden? Because Arden doesn't give you the card advantage, and I guess card advantage is important. But Arden gives you full free equip, which is ridiculous. Have you tried the Fallout split-second sale? Inventory management. I have not. That thing looks ridiculous, though. I mean, maybe not exactly for this deck, but for, like, most equipment decks, yeah, ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, opponent scoops. So we will not be looking at additional cards. Why is everything dead? Oh, yeah, okay, because of that. Well, at least we didn't lose any creatures. What's it do on the backside? Whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Whenever attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. That's disgusting. So we actually lucked out by not casting Astor right there because of the removal. So that's nice. Arden with Skullclamp is ridiculous. There's an Oswald. We know about Oswald. We did some shenanigans with that earlier. Yeah, they could very easily get into... What's the name of that card? It's the 3-mana thing. That's insane. That probably is the combo for this deck. Yeah, I mean, we probably should Enlighten Tutor. Soul Ring is always a winner. Swiftfoot Boots are enticing because haste and protection. But it's probably just Soul Ring. Cast the Soul Ring. Cast Astor. Reaver Cleaver. Real magic card. We have a Blacksmith skill. I'm going to play this land. And we will sit on a Blacksmith skill to keep our stuff alive. Are you running any combos? We're running entirely combos. We have Hearth of the... So this deck is made to combo. It is not necessarily trying to do damage. We have the Hearth and Home combo. We have Aggravated Assault and Waves of Aggression with Reaver Cleaver and Feast and Famine. We have Humble the Host, as we talked about. That we can get to that a lot of different ways. So we have Godo that gets it, and we can do stuff with Oswald right here. We did some shenanigans with that in the first game, and we have these 3-mana artifacts that can get to that very easily. So yeah, we're focused heavily on assembling the combos and not as much of just like doing damage. Because where I want this deck to play, I want this deck to play in fast settings. Though part of me does think that like maybe Rayav is just better for this sort of thing. Although Rayav does damage, Rayav does not combo. Yeah, this is where the Blacksmith skill is going to come in handy. And this is why we're sitting on it. You know, if I were opponent... Oh, it's a sorcery? There's a 5/5 coming our way. Yep. You know, if you're holding up removal, you got to be worried. Like, we just saw what Oswald can do, right? If you're running a combo, Oswald can find it very easily. Luckily for us, they only have 2 lands. It's turn 4, so they're behind on that. But notably, opponent did a big thing right here, which is they don't have any blockers currently. So we can just slam into them super hard. The question is, how many things can we get equipped onto Astor during our turn? I cut Neheb. Neheb is 5 mana, and I talked about this when I was working on the deck at the start of the stream. Neheb is 5 mana, does combo with Aggravated Assault and Waves of Aggression, but it's 5 mana, and people know to shoot it, right? Like, no one's just gonna let a Neheb sit there, right? So, like, it's a removal check kind of card, where Reaver Cleaver and stuff like that are not perceived quite as highly as the threat. Everyone probably has a bad Neheb story. And again, at 5 mana, it's a little clunky, right? And the problem also is that mana shows up in the second main, which gets weird for certain things. Like I love Neheb, but the game is now so fast that like he's tricky, and again, it's the removal check. Here's an Akiri. That is potentially more card draw. Do we go Buster or Reaver Cleaver? I guess we start with a Reaver Cleaver. Equip a Reaver Cleaver. We very much need the Mask of Memory, so Buster Sword's going to have to wait. Equip this. Because we need to draw cards. We are a combo deck, so we need to dig to our things that win the game. Does it? It does draw a card. Whoops. No one saw that. This does draw 2, though. It does draw 2. So maybe I haven't actually used the Buster Sword yet, and don't know all of the text on it. We make a bunch of treasures, and we draw some stuff. Yes. Ha! Ameria and Waves of Aggression. That's interesting. Dump the creature, do it again? Yeah. Depending on how we draw. Cast the Waves of Aggression. Do it again. Oh no, they scooped. Oh, that's going to break the chain. That is why we run Waves of Aggression. Oh, wait. Oh, no, we get... Oh, we can declare over here. We can declare over here. And... I mean, that was fast enough. We could probably play again. Okay. Okay. Curse of Opulence in. Here's what I'll say. The creatures with the card draw might be too slow for this deck. Like, we need to draw cards faster and reliably, and that's not really been happening. I'm going to continue to investigate that. But, like, you know, you just run wheels in all of these spots, or, you know, some of the bigger Ignite the Future type stuff. Astor, pretty good right there, though. Pretty good. Dug to the Reaver Cleaver, and then the equips like that. Like that. Venat may not be strong enough, based on how this deck's been playing. I'm going to cut Venat. Based on what I've seen in all these games, she probably draws like 1, maybe 2. All right, this game right here. Let's try it again. Is there enough devotion to red for Clive? Devotion's going to be weird with this deck because you are running a good number of artifacts. So, like, you know, a lot of our devotion to red is like 1. It's not. You would need a lot of things on the battlefield, and if you have a lot of things on the battlefield, you should already be winning. So there's a win. How many games have we played tonight? I don't even remember now. We won the first one. Opponent didn't see that we didn't quite have it, but just assumed that we had it. We lost the one we were in right before this one. We won this one. This is definitely going to be the last one. Oh, yeah, we could be running Ragavan. I will say that I don't feel like paying the whatever paper cost of Ragavan is, but Ragavan is actually insane. That is a card that I wish they did not print. 2/4 drops is not the best. We don't have that third land lined up, which is kind of awkward. We don't have a free equip, which I don't love. I think we take the mulligan on this hand. I don't really like what's happening here. That's a tiny bones. Yeah, I don't like that at all either. Um, I would like something faster. Uh, the map theoretically ramps, but there are no green decks. This is a free equip helm. Free equip helm is a real thing. Okay, I think we try this. I don't love it, but I mean we're probably just gonna discard everything into oblivion anyway. Keep. Yeah, we got the blacksmiths to protect Dark Ritual. Awesome. We got the blacksmiths to protect something if needed. I really wanted to get another look at this card. I really haven't seen it much yet. Into a signet. Yeah, I should probably add a final showdown. Big time. I was thinking about final showdown is actually ridiculous. There is a tiny bones on the battlefield. Um, yep. I'm sure the discard will start very soon. Lotus petal. Yeah. I hate that like the setting like when you get to this setting, it is really just like who can dump the most fast mana and get to something ridiculous, right? Nope, we don't need that anymore. We'll start with the Ameria so we don't have to deal with it later, and then I don't know why the 8 key has been acting up. Not. I believe it is the same Sephiroth player. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. Maybe we think about. Maybe we do think if we can get the mana worked out, like if we add more rituals and stuff into the deck, maybe we do think about Neheb. But I don't know. This deck has been playing very strangely. Yep, get that discard started. Um, how much life loss are we going to encounter? That's a question. I think that our lands are important. Do we give up Helm of the Host? No, that's probably not the play. Blacksmith skill? I think it's the blacksmith skill. Yeah, I mean, uh, I don't even know if this game's winnable, to be honest with you. The fact that they went Signet into Commander off the Dark Ritual on turn 1, I mean, that's so fast. And now they're just set up to make us discard everything, so I don't truly know if there's a way out of that. Two life loss decks and a discard deck. I mean, the one thing that could happen, a lot of things would need to go right, and we need opponents to not just win the game. When you have multiple discard decks and no one has a hand, it can actually slow the game down a lot because no one has any action. And when that's the case, Aurelia can actually be like reasonably effective in that scenario. When everyone's kind of like stuck and you get into a board stall, Aurelia is actually awesome. But that does require that, you know, opponents do get stuck and don't have onboard draw and other things. Would love to get some removal into this deck. That'd be nice. Oh, Weathered Runestone. Non-land permanents, cards in graveyard, libraries can't enter the battlefield. Players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. Oh, hey. Are those those are in exile? They can still cast. Ugh. Probably need... Does Grafdigger's Cage solve that one? Yeah, the Tiny Bones might eat the answers from the Esper deck because they want to cast their spells. Yeah, that's all very reasonable. That is an Elegant Parlor. Yeah, okay. Oh, we can't cast that yet. I'm going to go with the Elegant Parlor. Let's get that in tapped. I mean, getting the Blacksmith's Talent down right now doesn't really do that much. I don't think we need another land. Because we're going to get the map next turn. Yeah, put this to the graveyard. Yeah, pass like that. Yeah, like just dropping this down right now doesn't really change our setup at all. Yeah, ideally someone shoots the Tiny Bones and at least they have to, like, recast it. Nope, that's not going to do it. Discard our hand. Delirium Skeins. Something like that. Oh, maybe we need Treasure Nabber in the deck. Treasure Nabber will be ridiculous. People dropping all their signets and whatnot. It's a really hit and miss kind of card, but when it works, it's Extraplanar Lens is not good. They're down to 2 cards. That's something. If you blow up the Extraplanar Lens, it does hurt a whole lot. Would love to see more removal. Azor's Gateway, huh? Weird card. It's pretty rough. Like, if you don't have additional draw from somewhere else, the exile is nasty. The backside's extremely cool. Add X life of any one color where X is your mana or your life total. That's cool, but the cards you have to give up in order to do that, ooh, like, we can't afford to do that in this deck. That's just not a thing that you can do. Curious to see what this is. It is a demonic tutor. You got a tutor for the tutor. It's important. Suppose I should move back into the frame of the camera a little. You guys gotta let me know. Well, we drew another land anyway, so there that is. Play the Plateau, play the Archaeomancer's map. Get 2 planes. Yeah, pass like that. Pray we get a trigger somewhere. Tiny Bones stuck onto the Esper deck. The Esper deck might give us some hope of getting to, extra land trigger. Nope, that is a Phyrexian Tower. Be careful with that one. Yeah, we've drawn so weird. Like, we have 23 creatures in the deck. I would expect that there should be 1 creature in our starting hand at 23, right? That is roughly 1 in 4, like, roughly 1 in 4 cards in the deck are a creature. And, yeah, like, statistically, there should be 1 to 2 creatures in your starting hand. And that's largely not been the case. Yeah, I hate how much, like, oh, man, the pressure in these, like, high-power games. Because, like, even if we drew, like, the Jorkadine right now or something, like, it wouldn't do that much. So, like, you need the perfect setup just for that to even, like, draw cards, which is frustrating. Actually, you know what that means? It means Lauren is probably a much better candidate for this deck. So, I think Jorkadine out. Like, because if we drew Jorkadine right now, it still, like, wouldn't be good. So what we're doing is adding another 3-drop to the deck. Because we don't have enough of them. Add a Lauren. But she's ridiculous because, 1, the ETBs, so Hearth and Home tricks, and 2, Aurelia allows you to draw twice if you need to. Archivist of Agma. Yeah, that's one that... Esper Sentinel, what are we doing? Yeah. I mean, Esper Sentinel and Archivist. Those are the cards we're missing. Memory Jar. Oh, wait. Memory Jar just fills our graveyard, I think. Oh, wait, no. No, that's going to do some stuff with Tiny Bones. Each player exiles all the cards from their hand. And then at the beginning of the next end step, each player discards their hand and returns all the... Okay, yeah. It puts a tons of... It doesn't affect this. It just puts a ton of things into exile for them. Come on, land. Show me a land. I would like our free land drop. Demonic Tutor. What do you tutor for right here? I don't even know what commander they're playing. Yashoda, Knight's Blessing. At the beginning of each end step, if a player lost 4 more life this turn, you draw a card. That's onboard draw, which counteracts Tiny Bones and stuff. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, deals 2 damage to each opponent, you gain 2. Yeah, okay. It's not amazing. No idea what they tutored for. Doesn't look like we'll see it this turn. Planes count is currently 2. Jessica's Will. What does that do? 5 cards over there. What is Jessica's... I don't know that Jessica's Will for 5 does that much. If we play Jessica's Will for 5, we still just go Honor Warren Shaku, and this thing... Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. Okay, so we're holding the Jessica's Will. Jessica's Will underperforming a little bit, which is a strange thing to say. Play the Plains. Play the Honor Worn. Ah, no, I messed up the mana colors. That's disappointing. That is annoying. Yep, that can happen. I've been playing here for a few hours. Yeah, I guess that's all we got. Jessica's Will potentially gets more interesting next turn. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're on Aurelia mana next turn. So there's that. Maybe we set up for the following turn. Sling Gang Lieutenant. I feel like I saw this the other day and it got me killed. Creates, make 2 goblins, sacrifice a goblin, target player loses 1 life. Yep. So this will probably flip over and be disgusting. If opponent goes to like a million cards in hand, that might be interesting with the Jessica's Will. You tutor for a Supreme Verdict there? Yeah. Doesn't seem awful. The thing is that there was only tiny bones on the battlefield last turn, so I don't know how much future sight they had into that. Or if they just try to like go for their own combo piece. Our life total slowly bleeds. Opponent has seen the tricks that we possess. But things are going to get weird with this. Yeah, the memory jar is going to make things get real weird. Opponent's going to exile a big chunk of our deck. Yep, we lose a lot of life. Awesome. Since this is going rather slowly, I'm going to open my paper version of this deck and just look through it. Make sure to see if there's any other like glaring misses that I forgot to put in this version of the deck. Yeah, Esper Sentinel's a big one. That's a really big one. Conqueror's Flail I would love to have in the deck. Neheb, make it cut. Sarah Paragon is one that I want to get in the deck. There's so much utility with Sarah Paragon. To get more of your stuff back, even like fetch lands and stuff, huge with her. Arden is another one that should definitely be in here. Mana Vault for the fast manas. Well, Playcrafter. So this should get rid of the tiny bones, and thankfully we won't be losing a creature. Oh wait, do we have to discard a card? We will have to discard a card. Well, we have some extra lands we can pitch. Sarah Ascendant, doesn't like synergize with the deck, but is just, you get it down early, it's disgusting. Weather Wayfarer we cut, would love to get that in. Stonehewer Giant, probably slow. Flametongue Kavu I cut, but wouldn't mind having it in. Archon of Emeria would be nice for, all the shenanigans happening here. Skyclave, yeah, we got discard. Discard the basic planes, I guess. Rule of law. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there's a few things. There's a few things not in the deck that like very much could be. I mean, like almost do you run like a Howling Mine in the deck? Like I know it's bad to give your opponents cards, but if you're just trying to end the game, right? Like again, we're not trying to like mess around in combat for the most part. We're just trying to go straight for the kill. In theory. Yep, opponents can swing into us. Pretty big. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a card draw thing or something? Vampiric Tutor. Yeah, I'm not going to like this at all. Clever Concealment is another free protection spell in white, or at least mostly free most of the time. Yeah, it's a good card. Yeah, Conqueror's Flail is basically Grand Abolisher. You know, ideally, you want both of those in this deck. Maybe even also Mural. Because the thing you don't want is people trying to shoot your stuff when you're trying to have the turn. Oh no. Oh no, I don't even. Oh yeah, there that goes. Okay. I don't know. Does the game just crash now? I don't even know what happens. Or do we just discard our hands? Those came back. And then we discard them all, probably. We still have cards in our hand. I love it. Things that got milled. Forge and Frontier. Spear of Leonidas. Soul Ring. Witch Enchanter. Sunhome. Oh, dear. Oh, is that what we're doing? I didn't realize. Yep, I didn't realize we were playing CEDH. What happens with this? Yeah, not CEDH. Alright, let's try another. That's annoying. That is annoying. We've had a curse. Probably need a mana vault. Do a lot for us. God, there's so many things we need to add. I don't know that we've had a game where Dousing Dagger is actually going to be good. Let's get rid of that. Let's get a mana vault. Let us get a. We bring in Lauren. Yes. Did we get the Archivist in? Let's get the Archivist. Yep, we got Sentinel in there. Now we're above cards again. I think Akiri Fearless Voyager is too slow. Even Wylith, like... Wylith can draw a lot of cards. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, because Akiri is only probably going to draw like one, maybe two cards at a time. We have loads of ramp. I think it's the card draw that we really probably need to focus in on a bit. Yeah, like we have so much ramp. I'm gonna cut the ogre for a little bit. I might take another look at that someday, but we've just added a bunch of fast mana, so um yeah, for all of our, for all the times I've been saying that, this wants to be a combo deck, not an equipment deck, it's not really playing like an equipment deck. So, all of our games, we really haven't been seeing the early creatures for the most part, which would be nice to get those with, a nice value equipment on them. That would be so awesome. Do we need Descent from Avernus? That's a funny card. We might have to play some like 1v1s. Actually, don't know if we're going to be able to find a game at this hour. Yeah. God, there's just so many things. So many things that need testing. Isn't 1v1 just Mana Tithe Simulator? It can be. It can be. Well, yeah, 1v1 Commander is not like the best time anyone's ever had. Um, so far, I would say we have not done a great job of seeing. I guess we've seen a few new things. We've saw Oswald. Oswald was incredibly powerful. Lives up to the reputation. Astor was solid. Um, did we win the game with Codsworth? What happened in the game with Cosworth? Did we win that one? We did win that one. I think, right? Someone check the video. Spider Punk? Which one's Spider Punk? Yeah, okay, so we got to look at Codsworth. Codsworth did some things that we liked. I mean, Stoneforge Mystic needs to come back in the deck. Ugh. God, there's still so many things to swap in. I'm not convinced about this Sticky Fingers. Based on how our early game's been going, it's not been amazing. Um, because we can't seem to draw our low drops ever. It's very odd. Yeah, the thoughts in my mind are like, how do we draw better? How do we get better remove? I mean, I think we need better starting hands also. We need to do everything better. I'm gonna join this bracket 3 game just because I want to get this game going. I don't feel like waiting here all night. So I know that's probably a little. If we have to play Arch Enemy, we play Arch Enemy, and if it's a little out of taste, then whatever. But just trying to look at this deck. Sunset Revelry, huh? Too cute for bracket 4, but solid defensive card. One land is not ideal. Mulligan that. Otherwise, I like all those cards. Now, there's a Freya and a Bitterthorn, and that's got me intrigued. This hand is reasonable. Keep. This, I wouldn't mind. I would prefer to see later, but... Oh, this deck is dumb. I faced a deck like this the other day. The Birds deck. That deck's also dumb, too. Alright, we got some dumb decks at the table. But we actually have a start that might be decent. Another land is okay. We need to get the second white somewhere for the Pure Steel Paladin, but get the Plateau. Play the Freya. Finally getting a look at Freya. I'm excited about this. And we pass. So next turn, yeah, I mean, we can drop turn 2 Bitterthorn. Seems good. And that can get us to the white we need for the Pure Steel. Yeah, starting hand is key in, fast settings like this. And I mean, even in casual Commander, right? Like, games only going... With the game, usually, like, someone is, like, usually about to win the game on, what, turn 5, turn 6? Or they have some sort of, like, snowball assembled that you need to deal with around turn 5, turn 6. And, if the game only goes to turn 8, it doesn't give you a lot of time to draw out of a bad hand, particularly, like, especially in these colors. If you have a Ristic Study, sure, you might be able to draw it out of a bad hand, but, yeah, opening hands are so key. And that's what I hate, is that, like, you have to run so many pieces of ramp. Like, you have to run so many signets just because you need to have one in your opening hand, not necessarily because I need to draw 4 of them in a game. Forge and Frontier is also cool. We're going to start with the Bitterthorn. That one's a little more straightforward. You want open mana for the Forge and Frontier. Living Weapon. Pass like that. Yeah, turn 2 Bitterthorn seems incredible. If we get an attack off with this, I feel very good about what we're doing. Bird. What does this thing say? Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at the top cards of your library. You may put one of them in your hand, but any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and rest of... Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's a very ridiculous bird commander. Boots. No soul rings yet, which is good. Choco is kind of bonkers, yeah. Yeah, it really is. It really is. This Krenko is also going to be pretty nutty. There's the Soul Ring. Well, at least we made it this far. Yep, here he comes. We do have the red sword. The red sword, helpful. Getting through. Phyrexian Germ, that is not an artifact of note. The colorless lands, man. The colorless lands. Like, there aren't that many in the deck, and we have found all of them. Yeah, I prefer this Cranko over the 4-mana guy also. The 4-mana one, it's insane. Okay. We can cast... we might try to hold that equipment. We'll see. We'll see what we feel here. Yeah, let's just... let's get this attack off. Get our land. We need a plains very badly. Plains. So we could cast the Forge and Frontier now. I mean, I guess Forge and Frontier draws cards. Yeah, okay. We'll cast the Forge and Frontier now, or in the second main. You know, you could save it for the Pure Steel next turn, but you know, this also looks at cards itself, so yeah, it didn't even need our guy. Pass like that. You only run Homeward Path yourself, yeah. I mean, Rogue's Passage... There was a game where Rogue's Passage would have been very helpful, because we need to get through that colorless blocker. And that's a thing with the Hearth and Home combo, so, like, you still want to run that. Could you cut the Sun home? You could probably cut the Sun home. Angel of the Realms. Or Ruins. So again, since we're not trying to do damage, you know, you cut Sun home. I mean, but if we just drop this thing on something and then double strike, Sun home probably starts looking pretty good. What does this thing do? Oh, yeah, I think we talked about this one, didn't we? Enters, discard your hand, and draw that many cards equal to your devotion to red. Yeah, like, cool card, but our devotion to red is usually pretty low with this deck. Animus is in here, I think. Should be, right? Yeah, it's right here. It's right there. I mean, typically with these... If you want Animus, then you also want Bitterthorn, and then you also want Hearth and Home. Forge and Frontier down. Don't love that. Don't love that. That will actually slow us down quite a bit. That was going to be the... That was going to be the value. That was the value that we needed. Yeah, this did provide a very fast start, so I'll give you that. This is another one that, like, could be in this deck. Menace deals combat damage, make a treasure. This one you do need to get the damage through, is the thing. But the Menace is cool. This one works better with double strike, of note. Yeah, Krenko's going to go on the attack and make a whole bunch of goblins here. Recommission off the top could be interesting. Yep, there's the attack. No blocks. How deep down the rabbit hole of tutors are we going? There are quite a few. There are quite a few. Colored mana is interesting. Just out of curiosity, what is the... yeah, we're stuck on card draw, though. Yeah, it's unfortunate. And it messes up our Metalcraft. Don't love that either. Okay. Okay. I mean, you don't just want to, like, show a Helm of the Host. That's a thing. But, yeah, I mean, I guess we just play the Pure Steel Paladin. Play the Sunholm, I guess. Go to the combats. Keep swinging into the player with no blockers. Actually, you know what? After this combat is going to be a good time to move the thing over here. Use the ability. Get a planes. I mean, we could drop this Helm of the Host for the card draw, but that just doesn't seem like a great idea. Yeah, I don't love that idea necessarily. Move this over here, pay the 3. As like that. Frey is real funny with Colossus Hammer. Colossus Hammer is still $1 million to equip, though, right? Yeah, the... Wait. How does that work? So... How does Colossus Hammer read? Loses flying. Does that mean she can still fly? So she can still fly with the Colossus Hammer. Is that how that works? Because of timing? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that is interesting. You gotta get around that equip cost. Not the hardest thing to do. Red has most of the free equips. So that's not awful, but... There is a growing goblin problem over here. If they find one of the nasty ones, you know, we could just die, like, very quickly. Rekindling Phoenix, that's not one that I would have expected to see here. Oh, right, we are in a bracket 3 game. I mean, I guess if they're playing this in a bracket 3 game, then, you know. Not on the turn you equip it, but on any later turn. Okay, yeah. That's still legit. Yeah, we've got a goblin problem. I mean, we're close. We get Aurelia this turn. Unless someone else cool shows up. But we'll probably get Aurelia this turn and then go for Helm of the Host the following turn. Seems like the play. Yeah, definitely Clarion looks fantastic here. Would kill our stuff, though. Tuk Tuk? Which one's Tuk Tuk? Okay, that makes a 5/5. It's not the one that blows up artifacts. There's one that blows up artifacts. That'd be bad for us. Yeah, definitely Clarion has looked like pretty good in like most of the games we've played. Probably doesn't get Sephiroth. Does it get the front side of Sephiroth? It might. Probably need to add a definite Clarion. Yeah, I've got that one in the Allies deck, and it can do some stuff. It can do some stuff. I believe he's an ally, pretty sure. There's about to be a lot more goblins. Yep, it's a lot of triggers. It's up to 4 now, makes 4 goblins. The big one's attacking us, we'll just take that. What would cause me to not cast Aurelia this turn? More card draw. A board wipe, maybe. Beamtown, Beat Stick. Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of goblins. If they hit the pump effect or any sort of combo effect, then we shall be done for. That is, yeah, I guess we just cast Aurelia then. Make sure we have the colors, which we do not, we do if we cast this thing. Okay. Play the mountain. Cast an Aurelia. God, her mana colors. They be rough. That is notably a flyer. The goblins do not have flying. Use the ability. Planes. Oh yeah, homeward. Yeah, that. Whoops. Might have kept the homeward path open. Yeah, in case of a mob rule or insurrection. Yeah, that's probably would have been a good idea. Wasn't really thinking about it when I went for it, but yeah, mob rule is the homeward path is definitely the smartest one to leave up. This needs a reprint. That card is too expensive. And other planes. Yeah, pass like that. So yeah, the plan next turn is Windmill Slam the Helm of the Host. And we have protection spell. Probably a little uncouth for bracket 3, but what is the actual thing? Yeah, getting Aurelia stolen is a very fast way to lose a game. Aurelia is very powerful. And Yeah, I mean, most of the games that she's ever been stolen from me, if Homeward Path isn't immediately up, you probably lose. There's the Choco guy. So far, we haven't done anything that's not bracket 3 in this game. We haven't played a game changer. And how does bracket 3 read again with the combos? Late game 2-card infinites. I mean, turn 6 is late game these days, right? Up to 3 game changers. You've definitely watched me path my own Aurelia. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Rather see her at the bottom of the ocean than in the hands of someone else. Yeah, if you don't have the swords, the path, or the homeward path up, then yeah. You're probably going to lose to the Aurelia they just stole from you. There's the trigger. It said bracket 3. It didn't specify anything beyond bracket 3. So, you know, like, yeah, turn 6. I'd be annoyed at a turn 6 Aurelia Helm of the Host, but, you know, maybe someone will drop a board wipe and slow all this down. Make it a little more palatable for everyone, because we don't have the mana for this right now. We won't have that until next turn, so, you know, a Blasphemous Act right here from the red player. Perfectly legit. But then on the other hand, I mean, number one, we need to survive this goblin turn. And then number two, like, if no one wipes the board on turn, I think the goblin player's first. If no one wipes the board between, like, after our next turn, then, I mean, the goblin player probably just wins, right? So, yeah, I mean, we're probably a turn faster with the combo, but... And, I mean, there's, you know, if they drop something big, if they drop with the, like, with the Mountain Walk guy or something, right, we could just die. I would not be upset to see the board wipe here. Chain Reaction Blasphemous Act would make me happy. Unexpected Windfall is not those cards. Could find their way into a Blasphemous Act. What are our game changers? Ancient Tomb, Jessica's Will, Teferi's, and now Mana Vault. I think there might be one more. Ancient Tomb, Jessica's Will, Teferi's, Mana Vault. I feel like there's one more. Mox Opal should, like, probably be on that list. Is that only 3? Maybe we are, like, actually... By the letter, like, letter of the law, we might actually only be bracket 3. Mana Vault, Teferi's, Jessica's Will, Ancient Tomb, I guess that's 4. I don't know that Ancient Tomb should be on the Game Changers list. It's a good card. It's not a great card. Goblin Assault. Oh, and Latent Tutor. Yep, that's the other one. Okay, so we've got 5. We're a little over, but we haven't played any of them, so there's that. More goblins. Yeah, I mean, we're lucky they didn't slam the finisher. They could do a lot of damage to us. Yeah, I mean, 10 goblins there. Oh, is this Phoenix Tribal? They're definitely playing Phoenix Tribal. They are definitely playing Phoenix Tribal. Except that dragon. Hmm, interesting. That looks like Phoenix Tribal to me, though. That's because that's the only reason you run a Rekindling Phoenix. Also, Phoenix Chick. I guess you can get this one back from your graveyard, so if they're wheeling everything, that makes sense. But gonna go hard into the birds player, it looks like. Yep, Mentor. Opponent has apparently had a bad experience with the Choco deck because there's a lot of hate going their way. They're down to 14. That's a land. Try this Helm of the Host. Oh, crap. Wait, can we use it? Okay, we can use it in equip costs. We draw a card. Yes. Boots. Play these boots. And that should give us Metalcraft. And another card draw. Pure Steel Paladin. Still ridiculous. Equip 0. Oh, yeah. Equip 0 now. Equip 0. Equip 0. And I believe that is probably the game. Make an Aurelia. So kind of just doing things. I mean, this game has kind of been a vacuum in the sense that zero interaction from anyone. But turn 6. That is the stated goal. We are trying to do this stuff on turn 6. The Freya into Bitterthorn got us going real good. This is probably the most mana ramp that we've had all night. It is much harder to do with Helm. Like, you need much, the mana costs involved. It's a much harder combo. But it is a much safer combo in that, like, the Hearth and Home, you got to keep getting that through, and, like, we nearly didn't win to the random colorless creature on the battlefield. Okay, bird opponent scoops. Yep, back to combat. Keep doing the thing. This one over here, the other one's over here. There used to be a bug a really long time ago where abilities that triggered on combat would not trigger when the Aurelia trigger went off. Notably, Sword of the Animist was the big one. And occasionally there was like one other thing that I think would happen with that. One other card that wouldn't trigger. And like that was a big deal for a long time because not getting that second land every time, or not getting those lands was big deal. So I'm glad they fixed that. I mean, they fixed it a long time ago, but it was a weird bug that was not great. And here we go, final attack. Yep, they scoop. Okay. We didn't play any game changers. I mean, we may have comboed a little soon. But I don't know, like I feel a little bad about that, but also like someone's got to play some removal. If we don't win, the Goblin deck just wins on their turn, right? Like based on how that game was going. And like, it's less annoying how the Goblin deck did it for sure, but you got to have like some level of interaction. Not that we did, but yeah, so there are still so many things to think about. There's probably 5 cards that, like, must come back in, Stoneforge Mystic being one of them. Definitely a big one. A lot of things that we didn't get, like, a great look at. I'd still want to see Blacksmith's talent more. I forget what happened in the game. Did we just die? I think we just died in the game where that was going to be interesting. Need to figure out the card draw a little bit better. The card draw has still been a little weird. We're not spending... Yeah, it's weird because like we're not spending a lot of time attacking in the early turns. We really are just kind of like trying to ramp and get set up for the combo. And yeah, I may need to think about the approach of this deck more. If that is the case, then like 22 creatures is not correct. And I mean, to some degree, right? Like we're still trying to derive value from attacking, and maybe that's not correct, right? Maybe it's the equipment package is like Hearth and Home, Feast and Famine, and Helm of the Host, and like Mask of Memory. So what will we cut? Will we cut? Forge of Frontier is pretty good, but cut Forge of Frontier, Buster Sword, Spear of Leonidas, maybe. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a way to go. Maybe you make it a little bit less. You make it less about attacking with the equipment early and just literally just setting up for the Aurelia play. Yeah, I know. I got to play the Buster once. I should have played the Buster that one game. Oops. I did not realize that it said draw a card in it, which may have been very helpful. Um, yeah, there's still just a lot to think about. There's like all of this stuff is good, right? And so, it sort of becomes like how do you arrange this symphony, right? Like you have all these little pieces and now you need to fit them together in a way that makes like coherent sense for a deck. Um and yeah, it's just like it's a lot of pieces. There's a lot of like little pieces. Um and there's different ways to go, right? Like we could refocus in more on like the equipment value we try to attack early sort of game plan, but like maybe we focus the other way and just go purely set up, play mana rocks, drop some board wipe. Like, if we cut a lot of these equipment, we have a lot more room for like board wipes and controlling the early game so that people aren't just running away with stuff. And that, that sounds very exciting to me because, in some of those games, like, yeah, we just don't have a lot of answers to someone throwing down something nasty, right? It's basically just like we got to go fast. So, I guess this is sort of the got to go fast version of the deck, and maybe there's a more balanced. We can still kind of get there at about the same speed. I would give up a turn if we were like dropping a board wipe, consistently, um, in the middle of the game somewhere. Yeah, like it takes years of tweaking with this stuff, and like you need a lot. You need to play test a lot, right? You need to play test a lot. You probably also have to have some idea of like what you're playing against because as you start facing stronger and stronger decks, right? Like things become very specialized, right? Like Tiny Bones. If Tiny Bones starts making us mass discard, right, we're in so much trouble. Like we have so few answers for that. Um, and versus like some places you really need a rule of law. Like rule of law, just like if you're fighting on the stack, if it's a lot of like stack and spell based stuff, rule of law is going to be your friend. I call it the blue versus green problem. The blue problem is you need rule of law and things that fight on the stack. The green problem is you need board wipes and things that kill creatures, and probably a guy's cradle, right? Um, and those are like that's just a very different set of removal that you need for each of those, and like you kind of have to pick between them. So yeah, that's an interesting look at this deck. A lot of let's just take a peek at the newer. I want to recap. This is largely for me. Did not get a great look at this blacksmith's talent. I forget what happened in that game, but didn't factor. Freya into Bitterthorn was insane. Love that. Um, we did see the Canonist. Canonist was decent. Oswald was fantastic. That set us up for a win. Codsworth did help us get to a win. I will give it that. It's maybe a little convoluted, but it did get us there. Um, Honor Worn, yeah, I mean Honor Worn and Inspiring were regularly only making about 2 mana, but a 3 mana rock for 2 is a bad Soul Ring, right? And it's not the worst thing I've ever heard. Um, Pulse Mage Advocate has actually been underperforming, but I guess that's also because like there hasn't. I don't think there's been a board wipe in any of these games. So like the second a board wipe goes off, Pulse Mage Advocate starts. Or well, yeah, if you cast it after, cast the Pulse Mage Advocate after, it starts to look pretty good. Maybe that's a case. I don't know. Man, it's so good with Aurelia, but like you do need the setup. You need the game to go a little bit, and maybe it's the case for Savine's Reclamation. Astor did some work in the game that it showed up. I was not disappointed with what Astor did. Did we go Godo? I don't. Did we use Godo in that game? I can't remember. We had Godo in the one. Maybe that was the hand that got wheeled. Yeah, I mean, like, I think the only one or two cards that haven't been great, like Jorkadine wasn't amazing, and it's because like we just weren't super well set up. Like you really got to get one of these. You got to get an X and Y down on it. Yeah, Inspiring lets you tap the equipment for mana, which is just so good. What it doesn't do is cast your artifacts or equip your artifacts, and that's always annoying. But yeah. Yeah, there's still stuff to work on for sure. Namely better card draw, more removal. I think are the main things. This sets up a fast X and Y, and that's always really good. So that's like hard to part with. Didn't actually see Cloud at all. Stoneforge Mystic needs to come back in. Would like to see this curse. Yeah. Anyway, I'll wrap it up there. Interesting things to think about. Still lots to kind of work through and just see how you feel about it against like a large number of decks. But we were pretty consistent in nailing like turns, like being set up for like turn 6, turn 7 wins, and the consistency, I will take that. We did have to get help from opponents because our card draw was a little weird. We'll probably bring the Wheel of Fortune back in at some point. But yeah, I think I'll wrap it up there. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll catch you guys next time.